Welcome, creative faces, to Creative Sound live stream. If you're new around here, please feel free to subscribe to our channel and like us on Facebook. Also follow us on IG and Twitter. Beware, these streams are longer than our usual content due to detailed breakdown workflow and interaction with our live audience. We encourage everyone to ask questions via the live chat box if you have one. We aim for positivity, so keep your negative thoughts to yourself. Grab your paintbrushes. Let's paint. What's up, creative faces? L up here on set from Creative Sound. What's going on with you guys? These are live streams. I decided to go live today because Presonus gave us an update. Studio One 5.2. Now, this video is my first impressions. Let me let you guys know that before you guys get discouraged and upset and hit the thumbs down, blah, 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 right? Now, this video is set up to get how I feel about what's going on. Since I use Studio One a lot, I show you guys tips and tricks on this channel. So this is how this video is set up. So we're going to go through the live feed that they dropped maybe an hour ago, and we're going to get my thoughts on some of the stuff. Now, I peeked in, dabbled in here and there, and saw some stuff that they were doing. Some stuff I find very useful. Some things I find I probably won't use, but I'll still give it a shot. But I think Presonus is on a good path to success as to how they're moving. They've updated Studio One, you know, for us beat makers. It seems like they really diving deeper into making music, and I like that direction. Also improving the, you know, the mixing concept for mix engineers, and they've done some changes or add some additions inside of the show page. I don't really do the show page because I don't perform live any longer. But it's cool what they're doing. And yeah. So what's up, Jay Producer? What's going on? Appreciate you joining. Grimy Needle, what's up? What up? Yeah, so again, this is the live first impression of my thoughts and what I feel, and you know, the community here on this channel. You know what I mean? Some of you guys may not have known that Presonus has did a 5.2 for Studio One, but we're gonna dive into this video. And again, it's first impressions. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna live commentation. I'm gonna answer some of you guys' questions as they come in. You know, it's like a full interactive community type deal here. So I just want to let you guys know what's going on. All right. So without further ado, we're gonna dive into this video, and yeah, let's go.
Hey, this is Joe Gilder from Presonus. In this video, several of my Presonus buddies and I will introduce you to a whole bucket load of new features available in Presonus Studio One version 5.2. First up, the show page. We've added a bunch of your requests to the show page to make it easier to customize your show and your arrangement on the fly. MIDI, if you do a lot of MIDI production, we've enhanced that workflow quite a bit, whether you're using virtual instruments or external synths and hardware. One of my favorite features in Studio One, the splitter tool, has gotten some killer improvements. If you haven't used it yet, check it out. It's incredible. The score editor now has guitar tablature and drum notation. We've expanded key switch support with our brand new sound variations. These allow you to manage and map articulations for even the most complex orchestral libraries. And the cherry on top, our Presonus Sphere members can now upload and download to and from their workspaces directly within Studio One using our drag and drop workflow. All right, that's enough of me. I'm out of space for stickies. Let's dive in.
Their commercials are amazing. Great production work. Big ups to Presonus. So this is your first dog. That's what's up. That's what's up. I'm struggling but starting to make progress. I hope you subscribe. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Thumbs up on the video. Because that's what we do here. Let's go.
Now, I've loved Studio One since long before I came to work for Presonus, and one of the big reasons is they're always making it better. There have been times where I've sent suggestions off to Presonus about, hey, it'd be great if this feature did this. And the next update comes along and it's there. That feature I wanted is in the software. They listen to their community and they implement a lot of those suggestions into the software. Not only with the big upgrades like version 4 to version 5, but the little ones in between can sometimes feel just as big as the big upgrades. So 5.1, 5.2. Now let me catch you up. When we released version 5, we came out with a brand new product called Presonus Sphere. Presonus Sphere gives you access to Studio One Professional, Notion, our notation software.
Oh, to address that question just now, you don't have to download anything per se. It all happens inside of Studio One. So just hit the update check deal when you load up Presonus, the Studio One, and then you can just update it from there, and it do it automatically for you. So it's not like you have to go to the website and download from the site or anything like that. So you should be good.
Where all the Studio One add-ons, such as the different fat channel EQs and compressors and all the instruments in our library, exclusive content from folks like me and Gregor, Marcus Huskins, and others that's exclusively available inside the members portal for Sphere members. But one of the coolest things is the ability to collaborate with other Sphere members using workspaces. Maybe you've checked it out a little bit, but one of the biggest requests we got from folks as soon as we launched version 5 was it would be
Exactly. I promise you that's what I thought. I was like, whoa. Now the arrangers, you guys know I like working with the arrangers. That's why I like Studio One, and I'll work in Ableton Live. But when it comes to arranging, moving stuff around, I really can't do that in Ableton Live. It's like set up by markers. You have to, yeah, it's kind of weird. I like arrangers because it's easy for me to duplicate, move stuff around, switch stuff, and I don't have to like copy or move stuff like a section down further in the range and then move something to replace that area and then move that area I moved all the way to the end of the project back in, you know what I mean? Arranging makes it easy to just like as soon as you select a area, a ranger, you can swap and do whatever you want, and now it plays like, and then you could change from bar 1 to bar 2. Like it's like clip longing, so to speak. I promise you, I was thinking the same thing, but you said it.
Great if we could access all of these files from within Studio One itself. Up to this point, you've been able to use workspaces, you've been able to export your mixdown and your stems into the workspace, but you can't see what's in there without leaving Studio One and opening up your internet browser to look at Presonus Sphere. Okay, so now we've added some integration that makes that so seamless, so cool. It works so smoothly, and I can't wait to show it to you. To demonstrate this, I've created a simple song using some stems from a song of mine called Fighter. I want to send this to Gregor, have him access the files via Presonus Sphere, and let me know any feedback he might have for me. So the way we do that all within Studio One is we open up the browser, and this is where you access your instruments and effects.
Yeah, I hear you.
Here,
I hear you right there.
Menu, and click
PC
on
support.
Cloud, you'll see this new area.
Seems
If
like
you
they're
are a
doing
current
that, like
Presonus
they're getting
Sphere
around
member,
to it.
just double click here and you'll be in. If you're not a Sphere member, you can join at our website and then you'll have access to this as soon as you join. Okay, so there's two sections here, collaborations and workspaces. Workspaces are my workspaces I've created. Collaborations are workspaces someone else has created and invited me to. So we're gonna go within workspaces here. If we open it up, we can see different workspaces there. I'm gonna create a
Now,
new
this is
folder
cool.
within workspaces, which essentially makes a new workspace.
I think
we're
this
going
is
to
cool.
call it Fighter for GBY, which is Gregor. Okay. If I open up workspaces, we'll see, bam, there it is. I've got a new folder there waiting for me. Now within that folder, just for fun, I'm going to create a stems from Joe folder inside of there so I can have a place to put these stems so it's keep some organization there. Now check this out. I haven't left Studio One. I'm about to send these tracks into my workspace. All I do is select them all and drag them onto the folder. Now, before I let go with the mouse, you'll see we have some options. We can drag them in as
Use
raw
Dropbox.
WAV files.
That's
We
what's
can hit
up.
Command on the Mac or Control on the PC, and it'll switch to WAV with rendered insert effects, which means it'll bounce it down with all the plugins on each channel. Or we could even create a .audio loop file. We're going to go with just raw waves on this one because I don't have any plugins in this session. I let go, and bam, Studio One goes to work rendering each of these and dropping them into my workspace. Okay, the stems are now in my workspace. If I double click on that folder, we can see them right there. Boom, stems are there. Now I want to export a mixdown for Gregor to have as well. I can do that just like I've always been able to do it. Command E or Control E to open up the export mixdown window. We'll name the file mix for Greggy, and we'll make sure under this publishing section that we have upload to Presonus Sphere selected. And good to go. I say okay. Now Studio One is going to render a mixdown just like it always does, but once that's done, it'll pop up a window to ask me where in my Presonus Sphere account I want to place this mix. There it is.
That's what I meant by, I don't know if you guys visit any of my videos, live streams, whatnot. I have always mentioned the browser. It can use an improvement. Like the browser seems very stale to me. I mean, it's very streamlined. It's simple enough, but I feel like the next big thing that they can do is update the browser and make it more usable. You know what I mean? Just like what you said, Mellotron. If we can get like it just, if you got a lot of plugins like me, it gets really confusing sometimes. So just a better browser that's more, you know, if we can build our own folders, so to speak, like with plugins for plugins and instruments and stuff like that, and maybe icons that supports that, or a good example is Bitwig browser. I love Bitwig browser. So Presonus, if you're watching this right now, study Bitwig browser. I think that will be like game changing. I'm just saying.
Choose the Fighter for GBY workspace and click upload. And just like the stems, it's going to upload that into the workspace. It'll be there next time I look. By the way, in case you didn't know, there's a little arrow here next to the Start Page button that will animate and move when there's transfers happening up to Sphere, down from Sphere, for example. So you can always know if there's a transfer happening. Once it stops moving, there aren't any transfers happening. And if you don't see what you just uploaded in Sphere, just right-click and choose Refresh. It'll refresh it there, and you'll see that my stems are here in this folder. and my mix for Greggy is right there. Speaking of Gregor, we need to invite him to this workspace. Let's log into Persona Sphere on the browser and click on Workspaces, and we can see, ta-da, there's the workspace that we created, all in Studio One, by the way. This is the first time I've opened the browser. Open it up, we can see a timeline of the files that I've shared. We can see a list of files here, and we can add Gregor as a collaborator just by adding his email address here. Okay, invitation sent. I can even leave him a message here in the chat. Hey, Pumpkin, can you please check this out and let me know what you think?
All right, so I'm gonna fast forward. We're not gonna go through all of that. Basically, what they're talking about is how you can use the cloud to. It's just like Dropbox, but it's streamlined to Studio One, which is really cool. How you can see everything going on inside of Studio One along the browser, which is really cool, extremely cool. I do like that. But we're going to kind of like fast forward to what is this? The arranger section. I think that's what's coming up. So of course you guys can see the full video on Persona's channel, but again, this is live. We live. I'm going back and forth with you guys, live interaction. First impressions on what's going on right here. All right, let's get it.
Here.
Hi, my name is Lukas Ruschitzka, and I have the honor of presenting you the new live arrangement features on the show page in Studio One 5.2. When we released the show page in Studio One 5, we were very curious to hear which features you like to see on the show page. And the number one feature request was to have sections in your songs that can recall different patches and that you can flexibly switch between during the show. And this is now possible in Studio One 5.2. Let's check it out. The arranger track is now available on the show page as well, allowing us to define sections and place patch changes within a setlist item. I only need to create patches for each sound or preset I want to play in my song, and then I can assign these patches to arranger sections. Or I just drag my presets directly to sections, and these are now immediately ready to play.
That boy good.
Another very cool addition is that we now have the chord track on the show page, so you'll never forget your chords in your 5-hour shows again. Creating sections and chords for your shows is extremely easy. If you have already created songs on the song page, you can directly send them over to the show page, including all the arranger sections and chords. But you can also add songs, sections and chords directly on the show page. Just double-click or hold Ctrl or Command on Mac to draw new song sections. And if your song doesn't have a fixed tempo and is not perfectly on the grid, you can press Tab to jump to the next transient, so you can easily align your sections to the beats in your song.
Go ahead and upgrade, sir.
If you often play shows with backing tracks, you certainly know the challenge. Even though you are playing with a backing track, you still want to be able to stay flexible. Maybe you want to have an intro loop, talk to the audience, and when you're ready to continue, you want to cue into the next part. Or you are in the last chorus of your song and the band is really on fire and you decide to repeat it one more time. That's now possible in the show page. For each arranger section, we can choose between 5 playback modes: continue, stop at end, loop and continue, and skip. Loop and continue allows us to repeat a section for any number of times before playback continues with the next section. Of course, we can also cue sections manually. This works by double-clicking one section or with a keyboard shortcut. If you don't want to jump to that section immediately when you cue it, you can use the new sync mode to have a more musical transition. You decide if you want to switch after 1 bar, 2 bars, 4 bars, or at the end of the section.
Yeah, you can let me put that question back up. In Studio One, so yeah, however you edit your videos is a preference of yours, but um, you can drag the video inside of Studio One, and it will pull up as a media player in there, and you can compose music and do whatever you need to in there. You can also extract the audio from the video itself and do further compression, EQing, things like that, and then re-upload that or re-export that down as the video project. I do it all the time for everything. So yeah, absolutely.
Once we're done with creating our show, it's time to perform. The new performance view now shows our arranger track and the chord track at the top, and we can drag to zoom and adjust the view to our liking. In the main area we have big pads for our patches, microcontrols and sections.
Yeah,
When you start playback and don't do anything,
chord-
it just keeps playing.
the
depending
chord
on
pads,
play
yeah,
mode
it
of
does
each
look like it,
section.
but it still don't do what
And the
Cubase
icon
do.
shows you exactly if the section is set to loop, continue, stop at end, or how often it repeats. When you click one of the pads, this section is queued, so it will play next. Or if you don't want to wait because you're just rehearsing and want to seek to another part, double-click the section to start it immediately, ignoring the sync mode. I can already hear you say, no one wants to look at a computer screen while playing. That's true. And that's why we included the whole performance view in the new Studio One Remote app, so you can control your instrument and
Now,
effect
this is
patches
definitely
from the
killer.
keyboard. And you see all your sections in one place,
Definitely
and you can
killer.
cue them whenever you want.
If I
Let
was
me show an
performing
example.
live, this is a killer. So dope.
And what's really awesome about this is that you can loop any section spontaneously. So if I'm playing a short solo at the show and it's really fun, and playing a solo is pretty fun most of the time, then I can just tap this button right here to set this section to loop. And when I'm done with my solo, usually hours later, I can tap the button again to set it to continue or cue another section.
Now that question
Studio
I
One
don't know.
5.2 debuts a
But
sound
on the SQ,
variations
there's
feature,
more user
our new extended mapping dialog that builds on the
user
key switch
pages.
editor
They expanded it
introduced
to
in
8, I
5.0.
think.
If you're new to using sound libraries, this kind of editor is needed to be able to switch between the different articulations of a virtual instrument on a single track. Because you can use this map to switch between all kinds of different things, not just articulations, but playing techniques, effects, dynamics, expressions, we've opted to use the umbrella term sound variations. The actual command is made via MIDI, either by sending a MIDI pitch or key switch, MIDI CC or continuous controller data, program or bank changes, or a combination of any of those within a sequence. Here's composer and keyboardist Lukas Ruschitzka to take you through it. I'll be back afterwards to announce some exciting news from Vienna Symphonic Library.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You have no idea what Studio One can do. But this boy is good. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Lukas Ruschitzka. What I've been just doing is trying out the new sound variations feature in Studio One 5.2. And this is a really exciting update for every composer and producer working with sample libraries or literally every kind of virtual instruments. With sound variations, you have direct access
Of
to
course I will.
articulations such as legato, sustain, or tremolo in your favorite instrument libraries. And the great thing is that it's so incredibly easy to switch between different variations, as I've just demonstrated by using the buttons on my MIDI controller, but you can also use your computer keyboard or key switches, and there are some more pretty cool ways to select them. But before I show you that, let's take a look at the new sound variation mapping editor. When we open up the node editor, we see a new panel right there in the inspector. And when I click on the wrench, the sound variation mapping editor appears. And this is the place where we can add and of course edit all our different sound variations for a certain preset. For example, this string patch from Spitfire Audio's Albion 1. And here I can select any of these sound variations, and as soon as I do this, the instrument switches accordingly. How does this work? It's not magic, it's just key switches that are sent to the instrument. And that's what you can set up very easily in this activation sequence list. Every instrument uses another kind of data to switch articulations. And the good news is that Studio One now enables us with this easy-to-use mapping editor to enter all these different types of data like note events, MIDI-CC messages, program and bank changes, and any combinations of those. The really great thing about that is that we only need to do this once. I just add my variations I need for a certain instrument, give them a name, add the sequence for these variations, and then I can save the whole map as a preset together with my instrument, and that's basically all we need to do. We obviously want to make music instead of, entering numbers.
That's
Also,
cool.
as this is a Spitfire audio library, articulations can be switched via the URCC protocol. You find two ready-to-use URCC maps in your factory presets, so you can instantly use these maps for all your Spitfire contact libraries.
Fire.
And once we have set up our map, we can just start using it. So let's listen to this string ostinato pattern. It sounds quite okay, but could be a bit more interesting since the whole 4 bars are played spiccato, so let's spice it up with some variations. And here is the brand new way of doing this in Studio One 5.2. Apply sound variations directly to notes. What I only need to do is select some notes, right click, and here you see all the different variations for this instrument. And once you select one out of this list, only these notes will get the new sound variation. And this works for any note selection, so let me quickly select some more notes in between.
Now that's fire.
Right click.
That's fire.
And choose the Colenio articulation. So easy, so fast. Isn't this amazing? Let's hear what it sounds like. Or maybe let's hear how it sounds when we choose pizzicato for these notes in between. For this, I'm gonna use the variation list here in the inspector panel. Of course, we can also, just like before, select and draw sound variations in the automation lane right there.
See, stuff like this right here is amazing. This is what tells me that Presonus is paying attention and they looking out for people like us. What this guy is showing right now is, okay, some people would rather use several instruments to articulate different things. Now, if you like me, you do like orchestral type stuff where you have instruments that has several variations, right? Or several articulations in there, changing for staccato, legatos, spiccatos, pizzicatos, and all those different articulations. Some people will rather put in an instrument, say for instance, like a violin. They have one that's doing staccatos, and then they put in the violin again to have that to do legatos. And the more you put that in your session, the bigger you make it, and the more CPU intense you make that. that's why I like using Contact, because I'm able to use one instance of Contact and put in up to 16 instruments in there. But I do like using the articulation. So if I'm doing different things, I like to be able to switch the articulations. You guys see me do that sometimes. But the way we were used to do that was, you had to actually put in a MIDI note that support that. So like an octave lower, it's usually like a lower octaves. You have to put that MIDI note in there to change articulations. Or some instruments you have to go an extra octave higher to articulate those. But what this guy is showing right now, making it easy. I mean, you got to do the work and set everything up and bring everything over. But once you set it up, that's it. It's there. So now you can go in and select notes and change stuff on the fly like that, bruh. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's what's up. Let's go.
Here's another example of using sound variations with the choir library Freya by Stress of Sampling. In this case, I use sound variations to let the choir sing different syllables and words. Didn't I promise to show you an even cooler way of switching sound variations? Here's one of my favorite features. You can create macros to recall different sound variations by their names.
You know me so
For
well,
instance,
so well,
I have added
Mellotron.
buttons for my mainly used articulations, so I can access them anytime directly in the macro toolbar. But that's not all. By using our free Studio One Remote app, which is available for Android, iOS and Windows, I can use the same macros on my tablet. So this turns your mobile device into a touch control surface for controlling articulations in your sample libraries. I can just tap any of the buttons to apply a sound variation to my selected notes. And if I don't have any notes selected, this behaves as a real-time switch for recording sound variations while I'm playing.
Wow.
Sound variations will definitely change the way you've been working with sound libraries and articulations in Studio One before. Be sure to get ready for more videos on this topic. But before we move on to the other 5.2 features, Chris has another very exciting announcement for you.
As you've just seen, the sound variation editor is a great step forward for Studio One, and there is more to come for it too. But as we were designing this feature, we really began to think, wouldn't it just be better if the mapping editor and the instrument could talk to each other and just magically set itself up, even for the most complex instruments? Well, we're happy to announce a new facility, open to any sample library developer, that allows Studio One to query a virtual instrument and then populate the sound variations dialog automatically. And for the launch of Studio One 5.2, we're delighted to announce support of this new feature by Vienna Symphonic Library, or VSL, and their Synchron player. Using this is a dream. Here's the Synchron VST3, and I'll open the sound variations editor so you can see this happen in real time. All you need to do is just open a Synchron instrument. And there it is. The variations are automatically in folders, and you can see the sequences for even the more complex variations are loaded.
That's cool.
Ordinarily, therefore, you don't even need to see this dialog. Just load the instrument and start assigning your variations as you wish. You'll need to update your Synchron player to the latest version for this to work with Studio One 5.2 and later. This update is available right now in your MyVSL account. If you want this to be available in your favourite libraries, then do let them know. This technology is now available to all sample library developers. Please visit presonus.software to get started.
I sure will.
For now, thanks for watching.
It's time to get busy, yo. Mix improvements. All right, let's go.
Hey, this is Joe from Presonus. With Studio One version 5.2, we've added a few mix improvements that I think you're going to like. Let's check them out. The first, you got to know how Studio One works normally. So if I wanted to adjust some of these faders together without having to create a group, you may already know this. If I just select several by holding down Shift and move the faders, they'll just move. However, in the past, you couldn't also adjust the panning of multiple tracks. Well, now you can. I can select all of these channels and simply move the panners, and they all move with me. Where is this useful? I'll tell you, I record a lot of background vocals, like 10 to 20 tracks of background vocals, and I typically want to pan half of them to the left and half of them to the right.
Exactly.
With this feature, you can do that a lot more quickly. So I can select all of these and pan them left. Then I can hold down Command on the Mac or Control on the PC, select the other ones, and pan those to the right. Very quick and easy.
Hey, if y'all watching right now, thumbs up on the video, subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. I go live almost every day of the week. We do these creative sessions, and we go from scratch, making beats from scratch, and I will definitely be diving into these features moving along, and I'll be doing videos and things like that as I see new things happening. And I want to also address to some of those people who's like, 5.0, I don't know if I want to update, it's not enough. Bruh, this is what I was telling you. If you update, you may not have seen it being worth your while, but I promise you, Presonus is always doing stuff like this. So while we in 5.0, they're always making updates. Like the killer updates happens throughout the entirety of the, I guess, whole number version. So we in 5. Remember when we was in 4.0? And then every so often when they update, they was bringing in some killer free features. Now 5 just ante up the game. They brought in, and we only on 5.2. 5.2, bro. Usually the 0.5s are the killer features, but they bringing it like this on 5.2, yo. Like, what's gonna happen when 5.5 come out? That's gonna be, I don't even know what to expect. They already on top. So I use Studio One most of the times for everything, pretty much. So y'all need to update. Thumbs up on the video, subscribe. I'm telling y'all, we about to get into it. We diving hard into this stuff.
And then I can still select all of them, move them all to the left, then just Command or Control click on the panner to bring it back to the center. Really great. This is one of the things I requested, and it's so exciting to see it
Jack
in
Fisher,
real
what's
life.
up?
All right, the second thing I want to show you is killer improvements to our splitter tool. Now, if you've never used the splitter tool, you will finally, I think this is the final thing that you needed to start adding it to your workflow. So let me add Fat Channel to this drum track. So here's Fat Channel. And let's say I want to add a really aggressive compression sound, and I want to do that parallel processing, right? I want parallel compression, the dry drums to come through, and then a copy of the drums to go through the compressor. Now you can do that with a mix knob, or you can do that by duplicating the track and putting it on another track with the compressor, so you have 2 faders. You can do it by using a send on the original track and sending it to the compressor. Those are all fine, and you can still do those if you want, but the splitter tool makes it a lot easier. Now the way you get there is just like you did in the old days. You click on this little routing button up here in the plugin.
Absolutely.
And it opens up this new routing window that allows you to bring in a splitter and put that Fat Channel on one side of the split. So this splitter is set to a normal split where it's just sending the signal through both signal paths. Now I can have the really aggressive compressed signal on one side and the dry signal on the other, and I've got individual volume controls for each side, and that all lives inside of a channel. The problem up to this point was as soon as you close this out and look at the mixer, you would just see that you have a compressor on that channel, but you would have to remember, like manually remember that you had a splitter tool there. And as you can imagine, that can be frustrating. You come back to the mix a week later, you don't remember which channels you have splitters on and are doing some cool parallel processing. And so you may start adjusting the compressor, but it's not doing what you think it should do because it's only affecting half the signal, not the whole signal. You can see how that would get frustrating. For me, that was my experience, so I stopped using the splitter tool because I couldn't see it visually on the mixer. Well, that has changed. You may have noticed when I added the splitter tool, check this out. On the drum channel itself, it now has a new plug-in slot called Splitter. And I can do a couple of things here. Double clicking it lets me open up the splitter, of course. Single clicking on it expands and allows me to turn on and off each side of the splitter. And then I can even rearrange plugins without having to open up that splitter at all. So you can see there I moved this to before the splitter, and now it is after the splitter. And if I want to put it back into the splitter, I can do that by double clicking on splitter, coming up here, dragging that fat channel back where it was. And if I have multiple splitters on a channel, because you're getting nuts, you'll have multiple of these little splitter plug-in insert slots on the channel. So now I can look at a glance at my mixer and see, I've got a splitter on that particular channel.
That's
and it's
dope.
nice that it has a different emblem too that shows a splitter, so it's easier to pick that up visually.
I like it.
love that. I'm super excited to incorporate splitter into my workflow more now that I can be sure that I know where it is at all times. Big shout out to our software team for adding that. And the last feature I want to show you is audio clip versions. With version 5, we released clip gain envelopes, which was new. Now we've expanded that a little further to include audio clip versions. Now there's two main applications for this where I think it would make sense that you might use in your productions. So what it is a single piece of audio, a single clip, can now have multiple versions based off that same piece of audio. So if you do things like adjusting the clip gain envelope or adding Melodyne to that particular clip, you no longer have to render that down, bounce it down, create a new file from that to have two different versions. You can just save them as versions and access those within Studio One without having to take that extra step of rendering it down. Here's one quick example. Let's take this audio file here. This is a vocal. Let's add a gain envelope. And let's just do some adjustments. Like we want this to swell in and then drop down at the end.
I use
Something
this a
like
lot.
that. Now, if I duplicate this, we'll see it's the same on both, right? However, if I want to save this one as a different clip version, I can come down here to Audio and choose New Clip Version. Now check out what happens. This first one now has a small number 1 down in the bottom left-hand corner, and this second one has a number 2. Now,
fire.
if I make adjustments to this one, you'll notice those adjustments are not happening to the first one. They're still based on the same piece of underlying audio, so we're not duplicating audio files unnecessarily,
Fire.
but now we can have as many of those versions as we want. This also works with Melodyne. If I duplicate this again, right click, choose audio, new clip version. Now this is version 3.
Yes,
I can
it
do
is.
something like remove the gain envelope, Command M to open Melodyne, and now I can add some different tuning to this vocal. Oh, that's beautiful. Now, if that's one harmony and I want to reharmonize that again, I can. Check it out. I just duplicate this piece of audio, and now I come down here and I say audio, new clip version. Now I've got two versions of this clip. So I can take this one and I can I can make that one sound even better. And I've got two different versions of the same clip with Melodyne on them. And finally, these audio clip versions are available in the pool, so we can quickly say, I tried version 1 and version 2. I think I like version 1 for both. I can drag that version 1, hold down Option on the Mac, and just select it there. And it will now turn this clip into, they're both now version 1 of that audio clip. All right, those are the 3 mix and song page improvements for Studio One version 5.2. Thanks for watching.
Just fire. All right, let's get into Score Editor.
Hello, I'm Chris Swaffer, Product Manager for all things notation at Presonus. Studio One 5.2 includes 3 of our most requested score features: guitar tablature, drum mapping, and voices. Firstly, let's talk tab. Now when you select a start preset of guitar, you'll be able to see both standard notation and tablature. These two staves are synchronized and you can enter notes on either. If you click the note duration onto the tab, then you can type the fret number you want.
Oh, that's cool.
Or if you enter on the standard notation stuff, then Studio One will select an appropriate low tab position. The same happens if you have recorded in with a MIDI instrument in real time, or entered
Wow.
notes in the other editors.
That's game changer.
If Studio One has not chosen the string you had in mind, then just drag the number to another string. The fret number will update automatically. The other new staff type is tablature only. When this is selected, only a tab staff is shown, and in addition, rhythmic stems are now added to the fret numbers. Of course, not every fretted
That's
instrument
cool.
has the same number of strings, nor share the same tuning. So how do you write for your acts of choice? You can select from a number of different instrument tunings. When you make a change, the number of strings will update in the tablature, and the fret numbers will renumber accordingly. If you see question marks, it's because the note is either too high or too low to be played on a given string. Drag the fret number to another string, or transpose to put the notes into a playable octave. Now, let's move on to drum notation. When using drum libraries, you'll know that the pitches used don't marry up with standard drum notation. To maintain both the playback pitches and view the notation as expected, a mapping between the two is required. Studio One 5.2 introduces a drum map editor, along with a few nifty tools to speed up the process. Let's take a look. So here I have an impact kit, so all the drum names were already populated here. Let's go to the score editor. I'm now going to drag in a sick groove. And pow.
Nice. That's what I'm used to anyway. Reading drum charts just like that.
Now, a few things have happened here automatically. We can see that the staff type has automatically switched to drum set, and therefore the percussion clef has been selected. Then in terms of the note mapping, Studio One has taken a best guess, rather than you having to start from scratch. It's first pulled the notes from very low or high octaves and centered them around the visible staff. It then looked for obvious drum names, like snare or hi-hat, and placed them in their standard positions. It's then had a go at the note heads, changing cymbals to cross note heads, for example. And as you can see from the stems up and stems down, it has automatically placed the notes into two separate voices. If it's not exactly right, of course you can manually adjust the map quickly and easily with this little preview. Select either the name in the drop-down or a single note in the drum staff itself. Then drag the preview up and down to the pitch of your choice. Select the note head and even the drum technique if required. This is then immediately reflected in the staff. When you are entering notes, you have a handy reminder of the drum map in the cursor, and the preview also shows any custom note heads and techniques selected. That's for a presonus instrument, but what about other libraries?
Support for third-party libraries.
You will need to enter drum pitches, which you can select, type, or use a MIDI instrument to enter, and the drum names, which you can enter in either the drum editor or in the score editor. It makes no difference.
In my case, Studio Drummer. Supreme.
And then you can set your mappings using the preview or drop-downs. Once you are done, this drum preset will be saved with a document, but you can save it as a new drum preset to quickly recall each time. And lastly, talking of presets, we've of course included a general MIDI drum map, which, even if it doesn't exactly match your library, is a great time-saving start, and you could use it as a basis to create a new preset. One of the most requested features of the score editor was the ability to write in more than one voice in a given staff. And in Studio One 5.2, you can now write in up to 4 voices per staff. Select the voice required in the drop-down menu, and then enter notes as before, either.
Let me throw this question back up right quick. I've yet to see a video of a drummer making a drum cover from beginning to end. Do any exist? If not, any plans? Finally, if I play the tune through Studio One, will Studio One write out the chart? Yeah, that's the whole thing about Studio One 5. Like, this score deal has been introduced to Studio One 5.0 from the start. But this video right here is updating. This is the update to the score. And what we are now able to do in here, because I remember one time I was playing with this and it was kind of limited a little bit. And so what they're doing is they made the adjustments to, I don't know if any of you guys used Sibelius before, but I use notation sometimes because it talks to Studio One, you know what I mean? But now it's like they making these changes even better. And you got all these editing functions and features inside of Studio One, the dog, yo. Like this is like game changer. Um, yeah, this is crazy. So yeah, you can do this inside of Studio One, and I've did a video on this, well, a brief one when this update came out. But you can change the page the way it looks, and you can print from Studio One, like straight from here. You don't have to convert anything. You can print this all straight from Studio One. And don't whatever questions you have, please bring your questions. It's cool. This is a live stream, and I appreciate all of you guys that came out or that's here right now. Um, Again, this is first impressions, and I'll pause several times in case you guys didn't notice, and I'll chime in and say different things because this is my impression on what they've done today in 5.2. So whatever questions you guys might want to say or comments, you know what I mean, go ahead and put that in there. Thumbs up on the video. By the way, subscribe to the channel. Make sure you subscribe because I will be going over some of these things and utilizing these things because I go live all the time, like almost every day. We do this thing called creative session, and I do them every day, and we make beats from start. Sometimes I might mix somebody's track or something like that, and then it gives me a chance to play around with some of the features and things like that. So you guys definitely want to make sure you subscribe. You got to, because that's what we do here. Everything music production in general. But because of the update, we're definitely gonna dive into, Studio One. But for anybody that's watching, it's like it don't matter what DAW you're using, like, because this channel is filled with just tips and as to the approach of making music for like placements or whatever, getting it sent out to an artist or TV placement. That's what we do. That's what we do here. I help give you guys concepts and different things like that. So I guess just looking at this video, you can see what I was just saying to you. There's a print. Yeah, you gotta update. Just update. Just update. Note variations look so dope. Absolutely, absolutely. I got to get into that. The guitar tabs is still, yeah. What can you say? You know what I mean? I think overall Personas is doing a great job getting to some, enhancing Studio One. So I feel like over time, the things that you are looking for will obviously get touched on. Like it was a while before we got integration between Native Instruments keyboard and Studio One, and then when it came, I was like, oh snap, you know what I mean? So I think it's just one of those things where anything that you guys want to see happen, and this is obviously a testimony to what they're doing, you got to visit the forum area where they making these product suggestions. What feature suggestions? What features do you want to see happen in the next update? So you got to put that there. I guess browse around and see what people are requesting, and then you got to hit thumbs up, because the way that they do it is they want you to, like, if you have the same ideas as someone else, they really want you to go in and just thumbs up on that same one. And so if they see a lot of thumbs up on that same feature request, then they'll go ahead and put that in a line to implement that or whatever. So it can't be 30 people typing in, I want this, and they all saying the same thing. So you guys got to like do a little browsing around, search, and see if whatever you want to happen, and just thumbs up on that. And it's just one of those things where it's like Facebook. You just go in there and, oh, I like that feature, thumbs up. Oh, that'll be a really cool feature request, thumbs up. You know what I mean? That's kind of how they want you to treat the forum section. And they definitely listen to us. As you guys can see, this is I've gotten a couple of things that I've asked for, so I'm excited to see that they moved in this direction. So yeah. Create sound. Your camera is focused on the monitor. Yeah, this thing kind of goes in and out sometimes. please excuse my camera. Yeah, sometimes it goes in and I have to reset it. Appreciate that. Good looking out. Good looking out. With the guitar strings in the tab are specific to the chains. It's sort of like chord does. I couldn't see that word. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so again, any questions you guys have, just throw them, and I'll just throw them on the screen if I feel like it's worth throwing on the screen, you know what I mean? And again, thumbs up on the video and subscribe. Let's get back to it.
Manually with a mouse or in step time. And if you have entered a phrase but now realized you want it in a different voice, you can use the new Center Voice tool. For more advanced options on stem direction, you can always send over to Studio One's sister notation software, Notion. So that's tablature, drum mapping, and voices for Studio One 5.2. There are also a couple of new tools in doubling notes at a particular interval, as well as being able to quantize note data to the actual printed notation. And there are several under-the-hood improvements too, most notably in how Studio One automatically groups rests. Thanks for watching.
Workflow improvements.
Hi everybody, this is Gregor Bayerle, presonus software specialist, and I have the great honor to give you an overview of the workflow improvements that we have in Studio One 5.2. Our popular arranger track that is now available both on the song page as well as the show page is now capable of live looping. This allows the user to switch freely between arranger sections during playback, always a perfect sync. Great for live performing and to try out different combinations before committing to a playback order. The popular arranger track in Studio One has just become even more powerful with the addition of live arranging. And I want to demonstrate this with a song from my band Voltmeister called Mechanismo. Voltmeister is a project where we do pretty much everything with modular synthesizers. We record everything that we're gonna use in the song over the course of a couple of hours. And what we really wanted to do is try different arrangement orders on the fly before committing to an actual song playback order. And this is exactly what we're able to do now. So because of our process, you can see that all of the individual sections that constitute the song are there, but there's no order in place. For instance, we recorded the intro way after the theme, because the theme was the actual point where we decided, hey, this is a cool song, let's not discard it. And so, even though all the building blocks of a song are there, the structure of a song is completely up in the open. And just being able to try this out with a couple of clicks is just very convenient, creative, and inspiring. So here's a quick audio demo of what this would be like. Start with the intro, even though that's the third section. And as soon as we're ready, we can launch the next section by simply double-clicking it in the arranger track, or clicking here on the left in the arranger track inspector. And it's gonna respect the sync mode that is set here. So 2 bars would mean that you're triggering the next section in a 2-bar grid, 4 bar would mean in a 4-bar grid, and so forth. Can also be 1 bar, if you want it more spontaneous. Perfect. Or it could also be at the end, so the section would play all the way through and then it would go to the next selected one. And you're gonna get a seamless transition from one section to the other without skipping a beat.
Able to live all the way. I love it.
Yeah, and this way you could just start looking for an entirely new playback order. So what if we start with this? Cool, then just drag that to the beginning of your song. Then think about what could be after that. And if you like that, just drag it over again. And then you build from there. You get the idea. Studio One 5.2 also brings one of the most popular feature requests for anybody working with MIDI, which is the Smarter MIDI tool. This enables you to unmute or mute notes, edit velocities, combine or split, all without ever changing your tool. Very fast and effective. Let's take a look. When editing note events inside the piano view, the arrow tool turns into a real meaty smart tool at higher zoom levels. Click anywhere in the upper area of the note, then drag up or down to change its velocity. Alt and click in the upper area of the note to mute or unmute the note. Click anywhere in the lower area of the note to split the note. If you do the same thing but holding down Alt, you can actually do a deep split, which will split both the note event as well as its part container. Clicking in the lower area between two adjacent notes with the same pitch will glue them. As always, the best way to learn a new tool in Studio One is to use the info view, which you can open up by clicking on the question mark in the menu bar. This will always look at your current mouse cursor position and inform you about all possible options. The ability to transform instruments and audio tracks is an absolute key feature of Studio One. And in version 5.2, this is now also possible with external MIDI instruments such as the ones behind me. Let me show you why that's so powerful. The ability to transform external instruments makes it even easier to seamlessly integrate your favorite hardware synths into Studio One. To do this, just right-click and transform, just like you would with any virtual instrument. This will record your instrument in real time so that it's freed up to do other stuff. You can even render your software effects in right away. Best of all, not only are you still able to access the original MIDI data from the audio file, which was always so mind-blowing to me about Studio One, but also, in case you have to go back to the original instrument track, our preset and bank manager for external instruments will make sure that the exact preset that you used is being recalled. You guys, that's pretty much total recall for all of your external synthesizers that have a preset bank. And don't forget that you can now set your hardware patches on a per section basis on the show page. A common source of frustration for many Studio One users are crashing plugins, which can actually cause Studio One to crash as well. We now have an entirely new diagnostics tool for that. This will make it much easier to get in touch with tech support, access your log file directly, or even tell you which plugin crashed exactly so that you can update it and fix the problem at the source. Let's take a look. After Studio One crashed and you open it up again, you will get this new Studio One safety window. Not only will this provide you with a shortcut to the crash log, which you can then send to our tech support, you can also disable VST2, VST3, Rewire, audio unit plugins, and so forth for advanced troubleshooting. And in some cases, you might even see the name of the plugin that crashed right away when you're starting up. If you ever try to find the crashing plugin like the needle in the haystack, this is a game changer.
Okay, let's let's pause here for a second. All right, so a little bit of bite off of Ableton Live with the range, like I was saying at the top of the video, and this feature right here he's talking about, I feel like it's a little bit bite on Bitwig. Now I hate doing comparisons, but you know that's kind of how this world goes, right? You know, you affiliate one thing to another to help you to overstand something. Oh, okay, I get it, or whatever. But this is cool. This is cool. I like it. I personally don't want Presonus to go in the direction of Ableton Live. I'm just hoping for a method that they can come up with that will make it pretty cool to make beats faster in Studio One. I like where they're going with the Ranger, but I would like clip launch to be implemented, but maybe not clip launch, maybe a way, just a unique way that they can figure out how they can do that. But this right now, it seems like they added the show page features to the Ranger in your actual Studio One project, which is cool. I could dig it. I could dig it. And then so for you guys know I deal with crashing. You see it live on the stream. I deal with the crashes, but with this page, I guess it's really cool how you can disable certain things like plugins and there's different things that may be running. You can disable that and then run Studio One again. I remember having the issue with Studio One where something happened with the plugin and I could not load Studio One for nothing. I had to re-download Studio One or something weird. It was really crazy. I had to go into the actual files and delete something because something got corrupted or whatever. So I wonder how long this will stand up. If this is really a powerful feature, if something happened like that again, where this window will pop up and allow me just to disable something. But that's cool how you can see what plugs actually crash Studio One. That's kind of like a Bigwig thing. Now, the thing that Bigwig have up on Presonus is that the program will still run and it will just crash the plugin. So Bitwig have a lesser chance of crashing. I kind of think that that's where they going with this. I don't want to say that they biting, but I like it. I like it. I love it. I love it. This is amazing. This is exciting. Appreciate it. Good stuff.
Studio One 5.2 also brings a much improved tempo detection, amazing for beatmakers and beginners in particular. In order to be able to time stretch to the highest quality and without any artifacts, it's very important to know the original BPM of a clip, simply because an equation that starts out with the wrong assumption is most likely not going to be correct. Unfortunately, there are still many loop libraries around that don't provide any BPM information, which means that Studio One has to do a bit of guesswork to figure it out. Fortunately for us, Studio One got even better at this in version 5.2. Studio One now applies a number of different methods to determine the original tempo of an audio loop. Whenever you're working with an audio file that doesn't have any tempo information embedded, you're gonna see the BPM that Studio One is guessing in red in the event section of the track inspector. You can approve the tempo, double or half the tempo, or adjust it manually. Once the original BPM has been added, you're good to time stretch. Last but not least, let's talk about some of the improvements that flew a little bit under the radar, but are very exciting nonetheless. These improvements include the awesome new command unpack selected layers to tracks, to only show tracks with actual events in your song, basically a one-click method to declutter your entire production, compatibility with Apple Silicon Macs, the long-awaited full-screen mode for Windows, which you'll find in the View menu, or you can toggle it with the Shift+F hotkey, and also an increased buffer for retrospective record to make more space for automation data and MPE, but more on that in my Adam SQ segment later.
All right, let's pause for a second. How you guys feeling? What you guys thinking so far? Let's have a little chat. You notice the beat detective situation as well. That's what's up. That's what's up. Features like that is like, that's cool. That's cool. I've learned how to work around limitations. You know what I mean? I think when I was in Pro Tools at that time, they always had something called beat detective, but I've learned how to detect. Like I can look at wave and figure stuff out. And, you know, so that's just how I've been doing things. And I do like the fact that Studio One can it's like their way of warping, so to speak. If the wave file you bringing in your session, as long as it has a file tempo within it, then you should be good to go. And there is something, I don't know if they touched on it, but there's something in there where you can maybe that's what they just said. I don't remember. I just overlooked that part. But Studio One, yeah, that is their way of beat detection. It actually will try to find the beat, the tempo of that wave. Like it'll suggest that this is probably what this is, and you can commit to it. That's kind of cool. So that's dope. I guess that'll help speed my workflow. And to be honest with you, that's something I would actually definitely use if I bring in a wave file and it doesn't have the tempo in it. Yeah, I guess I will use that. But you know, I've been doing it the old way. I just move stuff around. And I could just look at the wave and then I can write the file. I could write in the file the tempo, and then it'll do what it got to do. And that's good for like people like me. if I speed up a song, because I do that too. I'll start off with a tempo and I feel like it's too slow and I'll speed it up. But by then, if I brought in wave files in there and they are not like tempo synced to the project, then I'll have to actually go in and re-stretch. Because that's what I do. I just stretch stuff just to fit the song. But yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Likes up on the video. Likes up on the video. Subscribe if you have not done so yet, because we go live all the time and we talk about stuff like this. Just a general beat making, mixing, that type thing. That's what we do here. I do product reviews, different things that come in or whatever. Companies send me stuff like that, you know. So you guys want to be subscribed to this channel. Mr. Mills is here. Thanks, bro. I actually took off earlier for this. You took off early. That's what's up. This stuff is addictive, yo. This stuff is addictive. I'm telling you. That's crazy. That's crazy. You feel like me. Like I get excited about stuff like this, like technology, and just like I can't be at work knowing that Studio One got an update or this got an update, and you know what I mean? I can't focus. I can't be talking to customers sideways. Like, look, ask that guy right there. He knows the answer. Cause I'm focused on like I don't know. I'm a nerd. I'm a music beat maker, production, composer. I'm a nerd in this stuff. This is what I do. You know, I live, breathe, eat this stuff, man. So I love it. I love it. That's crazy you say that. I'm glad you didn't take off though, because that would be that's something I probably would do too. Like I can't go to work because you know I'll be sneaking in the video, you know, looking under the desk, looking at the video like bruh, I ain't even here. So yeah, it's definitely worth the update. I think this is well, to some people, I think that this still might not even be worth the update. And some people sitting on the sideline, yeah, that's great. They almost there, but you know, not gonna upgrade yet. I don't know. They made some nice changes to SQ. Some really nice changes. When they add the no routing feature to Studio One, like when you use Scalar, you can just drag the panel in the big wig without routing it. That's when Studio One is really taking over. Yeah. Lets you have time. Yep. And they added some new macros in here. I don't know if any of you guys mess with macros, but like I'm really digging the macros, because the macros, I'm telling you, learning key commands, macros is like a way of speeding up your workflow. Definitely. So I'm working on my macro section right now as we speak to speed up things that I always do, and having the SQ right here that can see user commands, I can program that stuff in the SQ, so it makes the SQ even more of worth having. You know what I mean? Some people, is it worth it? I don't know if it's worth it, and blah blah blah, this and that. I had someone say something silly on one of my videos, and I'm like, okay, all right, bro. Yeah, it's always the people who don't do music that has the most to say, the most negative vibes. But anyway, the SQ is cool. I use the SQ is dope. I do. Yeah, it's really cool. Now, as far as like programming like chords, I still use my keyboard here, you know, definitely, because I'm used to that. I like full keyboards, but I do use this thing. for certain things. Definitely, definitely, it's definitely useful. I really can't gel that well, but like for if I'm on the road, this is great. Definitely. If I'm, you know what I'm saying, packing in your backpack and it's lightweight. Oh man, this thing is amazing, and it has a screen on there. Like the even though the screen is like kind of like a black and white deal. You know, you don't get no images or anything like that, but it's cool. It does what it needs to do. I can see stuff, so it kind of like yeah, it just makes it easier to do. It just makes it totally easy. It's a workflow enhancement for sure. Most definitely, most definitely. I feel the same way, Ella. Yeah, absolutely. Albie Short is here. What up? What up? T Troy, what up? It's a lot going on in this version. I'm saying 5.2, yo. This is just 5.2. This ain't 5.5. 5.5 is usually where they go ham with features, but this is just 5.2. I'm like, man, they made some nice additions and improvements. The improvements felt like new features. I'm telling you, the improvements. Oh, this is just y'all improving, bruh. It feels like a new feature to me. Man, it's crazy. That's crazy. Absolutely. Um, with Studio One, with Studio Pro, and beginner, and being a drummer, man, I'm getting my words mixed up. What I need third party plugins, if the crazy effects I'll use is going to be a delay, think like police or flange or overheads. Um, Not necessarily, because if you have Sphere, right? If you have Sphere, then you don't have to worry about having third party plugs do anything, because Personas did a good job in providing really good sample sounds and presets in their existing instruments. So even though my tie is just one, they load that joint. They load that joint up. Another one is presence. They load that impact. They load them things up with like really cool and quality sounds. And that's if you have Sphere. Sphere is what unlocks everything for you. So Sphere is a great deal for people like you actually. If you know it, like you don't have to go and grab third party stuff and spend more money. Just I mean, with Sphere you spending money, but it's all integrated inside of Studio One. So and the caveat to that is that when Studio One makes a new product for Sphere, you get that alongside. Like you just paying a monthly subscription, and you just keep getting updated with new fresh content, paying the same price each month. So that's where I see it. It's almost like having a Splice account, splice.com or Loop Masters account, something like that, where you just pay a monthly price and just get everything. Or Arcade, which is something I use all the time. They just keep updating that stuff, and you just keep getting cool stuff. You know, unlike other places, you have to keep buying for new products that they drop or whatever. So I guess that's the caveat of having like a subscription. You just pay the same price for everything. So yeah. And again, on the channel, you definitely want to be subscribed. You definitely want to be subscribed here, because we dive into different things. Sometimes I'll dive into projects where I'm only using Studio One stuff, just to kind of show you guys what you can do. You don't need a bunch of third party. I love my third party, my instruments and things like that, specifically Contact, and just different things I could do in there. But you don't need that stuff in order to make good quality music. So I just had to throw that out there. Gonna get my SQ next week. That's what's up. I just want to let you guys know that I have affiliate links in the description of this video. So if you guys want to purchase the SQ and third party plugins, any of that stuff, you want to upgrade Studio One, I encourage you guys to visit those links in the description because that helps the channel. You know, I get on here and do things for free, and you know, when you guys make purchases off of those affiliate links, it helps me out. It don't cost you nothing extra. It's the same price for you, but it helps the channel out, you know, which I get like teeny little bitty piece of that. So I appreciate the support, you know, based on that. Appreciate that. So Ella, good question. I have a good question to ask. You want to do? Wait, I can't even see. Okay. You wanted to see the next update the most. Oh, what update do I want to see? I don't know why I couldn't read that. I had stuff blocking words on my computer. What do I want to see next? You know, I think what I would like them to do is to dive into the app. Having a way to make music via a mobile app. That's what I really want to see. That's what I really want to see. And I've asked for that before. I haven't been like stern on it or whatever, because it's not a big deal, but you know, today time, just based on how things are moving, I think it would be a dope. I don't know. I think it would be super dope if we had a way to make music on a mobile app, because everything is on the mobile right now. You know what I mean? So if they was to do that, they already got apps. They got the Capture. The Capture app is what allows you, but you got to have an iPad though. I don't know if it's on Android or not, but the Capture app is pretty cool. I used it one time and I thought it was pretty cool. And like, so if there's a Capture app for just recording audio, then can we get something to make beats? They already got a phenomenal app, a remote app where I can control Studio One. I use that a few times myself. They even got an app for interfaces that you have that supports what is it? The universal control software. So right now my mic is coming through the Studio 192 mobile, and it has a DSP chip technology in there. So I'm able to set my EQ, compression, things like that even before it hits my computer. I don't have to be in Studio One or any app for you guys to hear my voice. It's just coming in just like this, the way it sounds, just like that. No matter where I go, if I do a tutorial video, or if I go live, or if I'm recording vocals somewhere in another app, whatever, everything is coming through the 192. It's like a post deal. Everything is coming post through here, and they have an app for that. I downloaded that joint the other day, and I can control universal control through the app on my phone. I'm like, bruh, really? How come I didn't know this? But there's an app for that. Like, what? That's crazy. So how come we can't get an app for music making beats? And you guys saw how the app that they were using to control Arranger and, the moving stuff around, making it easy for like show page. And if you perform a live, they got all that stuff set up. So how come we can't get an app for beat making? Come on, man. Like, what is up? Can we get a beat making app that makes it super dope for like transform or linking to Studio One somehow? Like, I don't know how you would do that, but I think they could do it. I really think they can do that. I feel like they can pull it off. Is it in their best interest? I don't know. That's like a whole nother topic. But I feel like they moving slowly into like supporting us guys, because I feel like when Studio One first came out, it was really more centered towards recording, people with bands and stuff like that, and it was simple and it wasn't really much, which is why a lot of us will tap around in Ableton Live and things like that. And I still do. I still love Ableton Live. I still tap around in there, absolutely. And I love the updates and things that they're doing in there. But Studio One is catching up, I would say. Especially for people like me. I like, I do TV placements and cues and stuff like that. So the way that they're set up, even for sound designing, I would say, like, the kind of just the way that they're set up, I like, how Studio One has everything going. Good question, Mellotron. Studio One users definitely get what we want. I'm glad that they're listening. Absolutely. Third party have, yeah. So yeah, third party definitely. Third party drums definitely gives you more because think about it. Third party, they're which is the reason why I feel like Studio One personas did not really dive that deep into providing instruments for us, because their focus is really hardware. And of course, Studio One, I feel like they're more so hardware than anything. Like, if they had to choose one, I feel like hardware would be like their core. I could be wrong, but that's just what I've been seeing. They have so many speakers. They produced a couple of mics, and they got the live scene on lock. They got so many mix consoles, so many interfaces. It's ridiculous. Like, controlling the fader port. This is what they got: the fader port 1, which is the original one. Then they came out with the fader port 2, and then now we got the expanded version, fader port 8 and fader port 16. And now here's the IO station, which is essentially the fader port, right? But it has an interface in here. So hardware wise, Personas is on lock as far as hardware. The software, it's coming along. You know what I mean? It's coming along, and I'm appreciating, and I'm very, I'm very excited that they're updating and doing these type of things. But and when it comes to third party stuff, well, instruments. When it comes to doing the instruments, I feel like, I think I heard somebody say one time that they just let the guys that do that. And so they just make it possible to be able to do really cool and easy things, like how I use Contact, how to, like, when I'm routing through Contact, bruh, that is so simple and sweet, which is one of the other reasons why I use Studio One, is because of that specifically. Because I like using native instruments, their instruments, right? And so, like, that right there, they got that on lock as far as, like, making it easy for composers to do what we do. But yeah, you definitely will get more from a third party, like Superior Drummer. I use Superior Drummer all the time. You know what I mean? You definitely get more from, because Toontrack, their focus is their drums or their pianos or their instruments. That's their focus. Making really dope instruments. You know what I mean? Studio One, their focus is hardware and, Studio One. So you're always going to get better, third party stuff because of the focus. What's good, LFK Bill? Labor glad you catch you during the day. Look forward to watching what I missed. That's what's up. 9/10. I don't know what that means. I know, right? Improvements, it seems like a new feature. Right, exactly. Studio One stock stuff is really ready to go even without Sphere. That's a good point, Mr. Watt. That's a good point. But it just depends on who you are. You know what I mean? Like, if what you have in Studio One stock stuff, if it's not enough, then Sphere will be the next route. I feel like that'll be the most cost effective way, Because if you was to go and get like something like what I just mentioned, Superior Drummer, that's like a $400 plug, and that's just drums. That's almost the cost of Studio One. You know what I mean? So you guys do the comparison and figure out like, or Omnisphere. Omnisphere is like what, $500, and that's just a synth engine. They have a lot of sounds in there, really cool sounds, but yeah, that's just Omnisphere. And like Spectrasonics, you got Omnisphere, that's a cost. Then you got Keyscape, that's another cost. Then you got Trillion, that's another cost. So it's like, to get all three of those, it's like you paying way more than what you would pay for Studio One. And you would have to have Sphere for maybe like a couple of years or so to catch up with the cost that you would have spent towards Spectrasonics. Now, nothing against Spectrasonics, because I have them all. I spent the money. I got them. I have these things because of what I do. But if you're a beginner get into this stuff, you gotta do what you can before you gotta crawl before you can walk, right? That's what they say. Or maybe you can just run before you crawl. I don't know. My kids are like that. Like my son didn't even crawl. He started walking. Like he was like, "No, I'm not crawling. I'm not doing that. I'm walking, bruh." Some kids do that. Some kids are advanced. I don't know. It was interesting. But yeah, I love arcade. That's what's up. Library won't get in the sphere. Being a Windows user, I would like to be able to use interface for recording and other interface for playback. I'm not really sure. Okay. That's well, that's that's interesting. That's interesting because in Studio One you can do that. You can select the interface. You could select the interface to record, and you can have a different interface to play back. Um, I did that for my machine, and the IO station is also connected, so I'm able to like switch between interfaces. So, but I don't know how that would work on the Windows though, because I'm not a Windows user. So maybe it's different on the Windows. So maybe I kind of get what you're saying, if that's what you're getting at. But there are ways around it. Like you can route stuff in your computer. Like if you was to grab something like loopback, if that's your case, like you can grab loopback and route stuff to wherever you want it to play. You can do that as well. Um, yeah, I agree. Definitely use. That was exactly thinking about the same exact thing. Swift man, what's up? What up? What up? Creative. Your mic sounds decent. Are you using a mod mic? No, I'm using the Shure SM35, and it's going straight in through my interface. My 192 mobile, and like I was explaining earlier, that's that DSP chip technology. I'm not going through any plugins, so to speak. I'm just going through straight through the interface, and I'm able to set the EQ and compression on there, and the gate, the envelope, and all that good stuff. So I don't. It's just a regular mic. That will be a good persona in because I'm saying I think I think if they was to enter that market for a beat making app, that would be game changing. That would be a fresh market. Um, that will be a way to definitely gravitating to more people, and especially the young guys, because everything is mobile. Everything is on the mobile. Like, you can't get to a computer. Some people can't afford a computer, but they got a phone. Everybody got a phone, and people are making beats on their phone. You know what I mean? So if they was to get into that, Cubase did it. I use the Cubase on the app, and that thing is serious. That thing is serious. The Cubase joint, super serious, yo. GarageBand is another one, serious. You can make some crazy, some nice stuff. You just using GarageBand. There's another one I downloaded not too long ago. I think I might do a video on it. Making patterns on the go. Exactly. That would be super killer right there. I think they'll make a beat making app because Cubase made one most of the time. They both feed off of each other. But see, the thing is, Cubase made that app a long time ago. Like, I had Cubase. They call it Cubases. I had that app on my phone for a while, and I'm like, okay, Presonus, let's go. Let's make it happen. What's going on? Say you moving from FL Studio back to Cubase. I'm enjoying Cubase Pro 11. That's what's up. Cubase Pro 11 got some nice features. Yeah, I keep up to date with some of that stuff. I'm feeling the new update. Well, welcome to the stream, Mo Music 777. Welcome to the stream. I hope you had a chance to hit thumbs up on the video and subscribe to the channel. We're gonna dive right back into the video. We want to finish up. I just took a break, just kind of talk to you guys, live interaction. You know what I mean? This is a live video. First impressions on 5.2. We want to talk about it with you guys. So yeah, you'll hear me over the video sometimes. I'll pause like I just did, and we'll talk about it. So I definitely want to like go in and then finish up. So we got like maybe like the last 10 minutes or so, 8 minutes or whatever. So let's finish up the video. I think there's some more pretty cool things that they're going to mention. I'm just catching up with these comments. Yeah, pretty good, Jim. This update seems really KB 420. What's up? This update seems really general towards collaborators and people who use notation and do a lot of film scoring. It's okay, but not really things that I use a lot. Well, I totally understand what you're saying. I would like to know how you're using Studio One. Are you using it for beat making? Because there and how fast are you in there? You know what I mean? Like, how long have you been using Studio One? Because I think that's where the line kind of blurs, whatever. Like, I see what you're saying though. I definitely see what you're saying. Me, I get excited about this stuff because I use this stuff and I know how to make things work. I'm always about speeding up the workflow and getting the best out of what I do, which is why I always come back to Studio One for some reason. Like the editing and different things like that. Like what they just showed a few seconds ago, where you can where MIDI MIDI has smart features. You like you know how it is when you working with arranger tracks, where if your mouse is on the top half of the arranger, it changes to a smart tool, and then when you go to the lower half, it changes to another tool. They done that with MIDI. Now, because MIDI is much smaller on the screen, I don't know how effective that would be for me. I definitely need to learn how to turn that off, because I could just see how, like, once the MIDI is a smaller state, I accidentally cut something and do something weird or whatever. But it's going to take some time to get used to or whatever. But like stuff like that, is actually a workflow enhancement if you guys use it that way. Like it'll definitely speed up the workflow. So it's just a lot of workflow enhancements. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, it is what it is. Like I definitely get it. If you have a certain way you work, then I use Studio One and Cubase, sometimes Bitwig. Good stuff. Good stuff. Appreciate it. Cubase 11 in new November. Okay. I want to say your name is Cameron. Is the improved tempo detector working for anyone else? I dragged multiple files and it doesn't detect it. That's interesting. You probably missed a step. Probably not doing something. Yeah, you're probably not doing something. Different interface can be done on the Mac, not Windows. Okay, I got you. That's why I say grab the grab loopback for routing, and that might be helpful to you. When these companies aren't trying to copy each other, they really do begin to develop their own identity. The more this is happening, the more it tends to embrace my Ableton Live. Absolutely. I think a lot of these updates, you got to keep in mind, when you say that, it's not really necessarily companies trying to copy companies. You got to think about the people, the users that use Studio One. These are feature requests that's coming from the users. So a lot of these updates are happening because the users are requesting these, and there happens to be a large amount of users that requesting the same features, which is how they are making these updates. They make these updates based on the top priority requests from the users. Now, I could say that to be true because I have a couple of people I talk to inside of Personas where some of the conversations goes like this. I'll make a suggestion, I wish I'm able to do this and this and that. And then he goes and say, well, you got to put that in. You got to feature request it, and you got to like send them stuff or whatever, like pictures and screenshots of things that you have problems that you're having, because they don't think like us. The Germans, they don't think like we do over here in the US. So the things that they do it's like, I guess the initial thoughts of the way that they do things is that German mindset about how to go about something. But a lot of the requests are obviously coming over from the US as well. You know what I'm saying? And so, a lot of times they go back and sit and like, we don't get it, we don't understand. And then sometimes I feel like this too. If an update comes out, a feature request, whatever, it may not be specific to what you was thinking it should be. That's because of the way that they think, the way that which is why we have improvements. I feel like when they try to hit on something, you're thinking like, okay, I thank you for the update, but that's not necessarily what I was going for. I was thinking it should be able to do this, and then they go in and they improve it. And, you know what I mean? So it's a lot of hands and a lot of things going on. So I definitely get where you're coming from, but I just want you to remember that it's not necessarily personas copying people. It's user base. They are pulling for these features. And a lot of times, here's the other thing that you guys may not know about. Like, I have people who join my channel and subscribe. A lot of those people are coming from Pro Tools. Pro Tools users, like, they say they look at Studio One and they like all of the features and what you are, what you're able to do in Studio One, but they're like, this is one thing that's keeping me back from joining, for switching over to Studio One, because I love this feature in presonus. I mean, in Pro Tools. So until Studio One makes this update, until they get this in here, then I'm gonna stick over here in Pro Tools, and so that becomes a feature request. Like, people switch over to Studio One based on what is done or what we could do over here in Studio One. I had people who said that several times on this channel based on that. So, it's not like Presonus is trying to bite. You know what I mean? And I had said that. I know I said that earlier. Like, man, that reminded me of Able to Live, or that reminded me of Big Wheel, or this reminded me of this and that, this and the third. But I understand that a lot of these feature requests are coming from people, you guys that use Studio One. You ask for this stuff, they deliver, and so now we have it. So, however, here's the other thing, right, that I want to address. I feel like Persona still stands out because of what they're doing. Now, what other program do you know that you can make a beat in Studio One and send it over to the or before we do that, make a beat, add vocals to it, and after you make a beat in here, they got patterns and just different things that helps you make beats. It's really cool. Then you could turn around and mix a project in here and have all of the dope mixing features in here, and then send it off to a mastering page, all within Studio One. You can master your joint, and I'm not talking about, like, I mean, you can master and mix anywhere. You can do that in Logic, Reason, whatever. All DAWs the same, right? Like, texting, this is all about workflow and what you choose. But what I'm saying is, here, after you mix something, you create a beat, you send it over to a mastering page that's specific to mastering. Like, that's what it do. It masters, which means it's optimized for mastering tools. You got all of the things, the spectrometers and the K meters in there, and all your songs are lined up like mastering. And the way that it's set up, you can add album art in there. You can't do that in Logic. Add album art in there when you export it, and have all of those metadata in there in the mastering section, and download that, export that out, and then on top of that, a show page, which was introduced in 5.0. All of this in Studio One. Now we have show page where you can perform live, all in Studio One. I don't know anybody else that has that capability that's doing it like that. So you gotta also look at, like, there are a lot of features that may mimic other platforms, but Studio One still have a upper hand because of what they're doing. So I look at it like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's, nobody else is doing that. I don't know if anybody else is doing that. If you're working in Logic, you got to bounce your joint out and then bring it back into a different, or you can master it all in the same project. But whatever, is however you want to do things. Yeah. I look at things like that. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like they're still doing things that is different from everybody else. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it. That's just me. You use the DSP in the 192? Yep. That's what I'm using right now. That's how my mic is set up. All of the processing is going through my 192 mobile here. It's not touching my CPU at all. So I got a compress on this mic. I got an EQ on this mic. I got a gate on here, and none of it's touching my CPU. And I don't need Studio One to talk or whatever. I'm as far as streaming, I'm going straight to the stream with this mic. Like, it's not going through nothing. It's going straight from the 192 straight to the stream. So good agent, groove agent is really good for the round. Good. Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. Pickle Man. Man, I ain't seen you in a while. Update was a meh. The whole thing is, in the beginning was a drag and drop, yet still can't drag from timeline into. Yeah, you still can't drag and drop from the timeline into a third-party sampler or VST. I'm trying to think if I did that before. I gotta revisit that right there. I don't know if I ever did that before. Drag and drop from the timeline to a third party sampler. You know, I don't think it ever really mattered to me. I just drag from the file section and drop. Yeah, but I see what you're saying. Like, I guess it depends on where you're from, what you're used to. You know, if Studio One can't do it quite like how you are used to, then I guess, I don't know. That never really bothered me per se. So there's a third party joint called XLN Audio that can, I guess, handle that. That's what's up. Ron, what's up? What up? Ron is here. All right, guys. Let's finish the last what is this? The Atom SQ improvements. Let's go back. Let's get it.
The Atom SQ gets some highly anticipated updates with Studio One 5.2 as well. It is now possible to control key parameters of a pattern such as probability, repeat or offset delay directly on the unit itself without ever having to touch your mouse. Other highlights include the famous auto mapping of plugins, which we already know from the Faderport series, which is now also on the Atom SQ, and retrospective record, for instance, which can be triggered also directly from the unit. When you press the user button on Atom SQ, you now have access to 8 fully customizable command pages instead of 4. This gives you up to 24 more key commands and macros that you can trigger from Atom SQ. One of the most exciting use cases for this are the new sound variations that Lukas was showing you earlier. With the new find and apply variation command, which can be combined with any search tag of your choice, you can recall sound variations of any instrument if there's a matching name. So if there's a variation called pizzicato, I can just press pizzicato on Atom SQ and I'm immediately able to play in that articulation. And once again, this is going to work with all of your orchestral libraries. There's also a whopping 7 more controlling pages, and that is amazing for plugin control. And all of your encoder assignments are being remembered globally across all of your sessions. Best of all, we have brought the much loved autofill feature of plugin parameters that you have on Faderport 8 and 16 onto the Atom SQ now. So if you have a third-party plugin that isn't mapped out yet, you can just press this button and it's gonna fill all of the available pages with the parameters that are being reported by the plugin. This makes plugin control that much more immediate. To skip through the controlling pages, simply hold down User and then press one of the bank buttons A to H to go to pages 1 to 8. Retrospective record, a feature very close to my heart, can now be triggered from Atom SQ as well. Retrospective record has been one of the highlights of Studio One 5.1, and it's amazing for anybody who likes to jam along but sometimes just forgets to press record first. And as Murphy's Law has it, these are the exact moments where you play your most beautiful progressions. And it would have been lost traditionally if you didn't press that red record button first. But retrospective record is able to retrospectively, as the name says, recall this performance so it doesn't get lost. In Studio One 5.2, we've increased the memory of retrospective record even more to make more space for automation data and MPE. You can trigger retrospective record directly from AtomSQ now with the button combination Shift plus Bank F. Finally, my personal favorite update of AtomSQ in 5.2 is that we are able to control key parameters of pattern such as offset, repeat, probability or velocity directly on the per step basis on the unit now. To edit velocity, repeat, delay or probability of each step in your pattern, hold down the respective step key and use the encoder's 528 to adjust velocity, repeat, delay and probability in that order. Right now I'm adjusting the probability of that double kick drum. Alternatively, go to the third editor page and use the menu buttons to specify which of the parameters you'd like to adjust. Then you can turn the more tactile rotary encoder at the very right for even more precise control.
Hey, Carton, what feature is that?
When you're on the third editor page, tapping a key will select it and holding down a key will add an additional step. Studio One 5.2 also brings some very exciting updates for FaderPort 8 and FaderPort 16. It is now possible to cascade them to have a chain channel view instead of two independent ones, and there's also some very exciting other features, so let's check it out. It is now possible to combine multiple FaderPort 8 and 16 to increase the number of simultaneously accessible channels, which was the #1 feature request from our FaderPort users. The device order can be configured very conveniently inside of the Control Surface Placement dialog found in the External Devices menu. See, just drag and drop your order around. The FaderPort 16 can be the first device or the FaderPort 8, or of course you can also keep them completely independently by simply not grouping them. One of the major new features of this update is that FaderPort 8 and 16's All Bank is now always in sync with the Studio One mixer console. Before, this was only possible if you would hit Shift and User Mode, and Remote had to be activated in the console list as well. This frees up the user mode on FaderPort 8 and 16 to exclusively use it to have an independent channel view from Studio One's mixer on the FaderPorts. There's also a bunch of smaller but nonetheless meaningful improvements to FaderPort 8 and 16, so let's go through those in quick succession. When in Sense mode, the bypass button on FaderPort will now bypass all sense on the currently selected channel. Touching a fader will reset it to its default position, but only if you're holding down Shift at the same time. Previously, this would also happen when Shift mode was enabled permanently, for example, when switching to the alternative bank views. Activating a click and adjusting its level can be done for each individual output separately on the FaderPort now. To do so, press the Shift and Bus button to go to the Outputs page, and then you can push down the little rotary encoder at the top left that is usually used for panning to activate the click, turn it on and off, or turn it to adjust the click level. And last but not least, FaderPort's Shift mode latch behavior is much more refined now. This means that holding down Shift to access the secondary function won't switch to Shift mode permanently anymore. This was a much requested feature by power users in particular. Of course, pressing down just the Shift button quickly will still take you to the Shift mode.
Hey, thanks for sticking around. If you're already a version 5 user, you can upgrade to 5.2 by simply opening Studio One and clicking the Update button on the Start page. If you're not a version 5 user, or maybe not even a Studio One user, but you'd like to join us, we'd love to have you. There are two ways to get Studio One. The first is to just purchase it outright. The second is to become a Presonus Sphere member. This gets you access to Studio One Professional, Notion, our notation software, a whole bunch of add-ons and plugins for Studio One and Notion, exclusive content from folks like myself and Gregor and others, and also access to the online workspaces and collaboration features that we talked about in this video. To find out everything you need to know, head over to studio1.presonus.com. Thanks for watching.
All right.
Nailed it.
All right. Cool. So we officially finished the video. We officially yeah. So yeah. So that there you have it, guys. You guys made a lot of great points on during the stream, and I definitely get it. So at the end of the day, it's all about workflow. I say that all the time. It's all about workflow and what you prefer to use. I got a few of you guys about Ableton. I love Ableton. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I love Ableton. I love working in Ableton, especially the 11. You know, it just came out, and there's definitely more that you can do in there. I love it. I love it, definitely. But like when it comes to like, I always find myself coming back to Studio One because like after doing something in 11, I'll bounce that out, bring it over into Studio One because now I'm getting ready to apply vocals. In my opinion, I feel like Studio One takes the cake when it comes to stuff like that. Applying, mixing vocals, just mixing, period. Like I wouldn't mix in Ableton, and that's just me. There's a lot of people who do, but me, I prefer to mix in Studio One. So it brings me back to Studio One in that regards. When I'm doing Q, if I'm doing music for like TV production, stuff like that, I tend to use Studio One for that because of the way that it's set up. With the Ranger and stuff like that, and how I can bounce down different sections via the Ranger, the Ranger block. I can take it and bounce down, like in the export section, I can bounce down certain cue points or whatnot. For sound designing, same thing. Like I'm doing sound designing and I may have different things set up throughout the timeline. I can go in and export and say export all of those different between this section, between this and that marker. It bounces all of that down in one instance like that. Like stuff like that to me is like fast workflow. So I find myself always back in Studio One. Little things like editing. Like when I'm in Ableton, I love creating stuff in Ableton, but when it comes to like editing MIDI and just doing different things, editing MIDI in Ableton, there's not many features in that I notice in Ableton. There's a lot of things that I can do in Studio One, like with macros. Bouncing something down in place. Bouncing in place, that's one of the features. Like in Ableton, you still have to freeze a track. I think they changed that. They're doing something different now. But in Studio One it's a little bit different. But at the end of the day, I'm not gonna compare apples to oranges, and that's not what I'm doing. There's definitely a different workflow. If you're in Ableton, this is a certain type of workflow. If you use machine only, that's a certain type of workflow for that. If you're using Reason, that's a certain workflow. If you're using Pro Tools, that's a certain workflow. I feel like Studio One has a little bit of everything. It reminds some people of Logic, which is why I switched over. But it's faster, and I like the drag and drop feature versus going into a menu and memorizing the manufacturer's name, because that's not what I like. Scalar, for instance, I use Scalar a lot now because I'm affiliated with Plugin Boutique. I happen to memorize that, but nobody's gonna remember who makes the plug. Like Arcade, who makes that output? I just happen to remember that because I use it a lot and I know who it's from. But I got a lot of plugs, guys, that I just only remember the name of the instrument. That's it. That's all I remember. And I have to remember who made it. Who made this instrument? Oh, that's right. You know what I mean? So with the browser, even though I don't care too much for Studio One browser, I can just type it in and boom, it comes up. just the name, and then just drag it over. Boom. I mean, working like that in Logic, because that's my background, you can't do that. Now, Logic is dope. They got some really nice features and all, whatever. But like little stuff like that, if I need to grab a plugin, I have to remember who made the plugin, and that just kills the workflow, because I'll pause just to look for a plugin based on who made it. So now I'm going through the menu trying to find, you know what I'm saying? Now, if you already have a workflow and you memorize the stuff, then, you obviously are okay. But I remember that this has always been something that bugged the crap out of me, and I hated it. So here I am, Studio One. So, stuff like that. Like I'll dab around in Bitwig from time to time. I also would dab around in something else. I dab around in just to get a different, fresh. So I guess for me, it's just good that I have these other platforms where I'm able to just dab around in other things, and then it's always something that I come to that reminds me as to why I like Studio One. You know what I mean? It's like growing up as a kid. You know what I mean? You live in one state, you live in one city. A lot of people are like that. At some point you got to get out. So when you start to get out more, travel the world and go different places, you start to appreciate home better. Like, you know what, I'm gonna go home. It was nice being here, but I want to go back home. That's like that saying, no place like home. So it's kind of like that. Like Studio One is always my home. You guys will see me do videos on different other things. You guys ask me, did you switch over? I'm like, nah, I'm just kind of using it, using this for right now for inspiration purposes or whatnot. And I do come up with some fire tracks using Ableton Live. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna deny it. But I you know what? I actually bounced some stuff all the way down and sent it out from Ableton Live several times. So me being a music maker, beat maker, like that's just what you do when you are someone like me. You just got all these tools and you just use them. But I always kind of gravitate to Studio One for like the more serious stuff because of the workflow. The workflow is really dope. I'm getting ready to start this one project once there's this church group in Chicago. They're doing a live recording. I was hired to do the mix for the album. So I will be taking that mix. And guess what I'm using? Studio One. And it just makes it easy for me to use Studio One to streamline the entire workflow. It just makes it so it'll make it so much easier. So now when I'm done with the mix, I can go over to the master page, and if I need to make an adjustment, I can see it. I can update that mix, pull it in, like just the integration between what it's gonna do once I get to the mastering process, right? So like again, like I guess people like me versus people like you may not be into that. That might not be your thing. If you just only making beats, then you might settle for machine only, and that might be what you do. But like I'm excited, which is the reason why this video is titled My First Impressions. This is how I feel. This is how I feel. I feel like it's dope. Elliot, what's up? What up? What up? What's going on, bro? Ableton is like a black hole. I just can't escape him. All good, man. All good. When you say smart tool on MIDI, what do you mean, Doc? Oh, absolutely. So, let's switch gears right quick. And I kind of like, yeah, let me show you that. So, like in here, this is what they was trying to do. So let me switch over. So, you know, dealing with MIDI, normal stuff, right? But this is what they did. If you expand, and like someone said, yeah, you guys zoom in. See at the top part of the MIDI, see? I could adjust the level, but at the bottom part, I can cut. So it changes on the top, and at the bottom becomes this different tool. You know what I mean? That's what I meant by a smart tool. I would like to turn that off, because see, here's the thing though. So when I get here, you know, you don't have those tools. So I guess it just depends on like if you zoomed in or not. But you gotta be zoomed all the way in. You know what? That's, you know, I may leave that. So you're saying, you know, this only pops up when I'm zoomed in like this. I guess you gotta be careful, you know, like, because if you come here and think you finna select this and you right here like, oh, I didn't, you know what I mean? But you can always backspace. You know, it is what it is. Yeah. Another thing I thought was cool. Like, for instance, I'm gonna bring in. Now, this is not a part of the update. This is like, I'm just showing you guys like why I like Studio One. So, like, for instance, there was this one. Okay, I'm gonna mute this track because I just wanted to show you guys like how this stuff works. So, for instance, say that this is not part of the update, but just because I like Studio One, I'm gonna show y'all. I was watching Gregor explain this, and I was like, what the heck? That's crazy. So, okay, I got presence. Okay, so this is one of those things where I don't know if any other dolls is doing this. I just don't know if it is. So if I do something like this, so if I select these notes, like say I'm working on, you know what I mean, I put in the piano progression and stuff like that. And then I say, okay, the bottom notes. And this works well for like working in scalar. Like you find something you want in scalar, and then you want to produce the bottom notes and have those exported to another. Oh, you got to first do this. This is what I thought was killer. I was like, whoa. So if I got both of these selected here, then I could say transfer these notes to presence, and then that becomes my bass up here. See, like, stuff like that for me, I'm like, man. So instead of like taking these like this, I'm gonna tell y'all what I used to do. So I'll say like I'm working on this one track. I would take this, move this up, and like try to delete the other, and then that become my bass note. You know what I'm saying? That's what I had to do. And before I realized that I could do that in Studio One. So I don't have to do that no more. That right there is like one of the reasons why I like this program, for like stuff like that. It's like that just did it for me. I was like, what? You could do that? Man, that's crazy. That's just crazy. yeah. So once again, take these and I could just produce these notes. And this transfer notes automatically populates at the top. Boom, it puts it right there. There's my bass line or whatever. Or this could be a melody line for you know, whatever. It don't have to be a bass line. It could just be whatever. So say like this top part, you know, I'm working in the guitar, and you guys know the vibes. Like I'll be working here and using the guitar, doing something crazy, whatever, and it's all on one track. But I will also like that to be the melody or whatever. So I could take these top notes and as long as I have another instrument, I guess. Say sample one. I don't know. Let's put sample one in there. So I'm gonna go back in here, select. Oh, gotta make sure you got them all plugged in. Take this and just right click and send that to sample one. Boom, and it automatically creates that for you. Like, to me, that type of stuff is like crazy. That's crazy. Now that's not 5.2. This been out. I just found out about it, and I was like, "Whoa, that's crazy. That's crazy." And I do know about what he was saying as far as like, you know, this mix, this here. I don't think that was, you know, I never really checked it out. I never, you know, me, I never do that anyway. But it's cool. He was talking about the panning feature. It was something else that they was talking about was cool. But like I was saying, guys, like what I was telling y'all about as far as like fast workflow, I've been working on my macros, yo. So when I go live again, guys, I'm going to be doing this. So this is not 5.2, but this is like one of the reasons why I like working with Studio One, because of stuff like this. If I want to come in here and just say, you know, just kind of get things going on. So right. So I can go here and double click here. Let's say, let's work with a 4-bar loop. Let's open this up. I'm going to open up my macros right quick. And then I'm going to go for a snare. And let's go for a hi-hat. Right. So I've already started working. And then what they said for the SQ, how I can change the... Let me find that hi-hat right quick. I could go in and change. Oh, you can't do it for third party yet, I guess. But for if I'm in Impact, I guess on the SQ, let's find something. Oh, I muted it. Okay, let's do it again. All right. And I could adjust this kick right here from the SQ here. All right. That to me, that's killer. Let's get all of these notes, bring down the volume since it don't work with third party. Like stuff like that. Stuff like that. I feel like it's, I don't know. That's crazy. Y'all about to have me to work on something in here, because now I'm getting excited. So yeah, it's MIDI has smart controls. That's crazy. Yeah, Ableton. I already read that. I could mix in it like I can in Studio in S. Yeah, yeah. That is the reason why I use Studio One, because of that. I don't think I can mix. Like, I feel like Studio One is hands down like the best place to be when it comes to mixing. That's an arguable statement, but that's me personally. I used Pro Tools before. I hate it. I don't like it. I think it's not for me. It's not my workflow. Um, Learning key commands definitely help you speed your workflow up. In Studio One, that's definitely the deal. But I'm able to customize my key commands in Studio One. So things that makes more sense to me. Yeah, I did bring over my workflow ethic from Logic, which is really dope that Studio One recognized those key commands. Like, there's a feature in there that allows you, if you moving from Cubase, Logic, I don't know if it's Reason, but you can transfer your key commands that you were used to, transfer them over inside of Studio One. So, I was sold on that, learning a new DAW, and now I got to learn the key commands for that DAW. But Studio One can recognize that stuff. I was like, man, okay, I'm here. I'm here. I'm definitely here. Yeah, so like stuff like that, man. Like, here's another one. You guys know I like to use red light a lot, right? So here's another one for you. So, say for instance, I want to add red light to this. So boom, I ain't gotta go and look for red light no more. I just took a little time to build these macros that I always do, and just kind of put them there, and made my own macros. Like, bam, now as far as the browser, I can stay wherever I am. You know what I mean? I know I use red light a lot, so I no longer have to go and search for that, at least. And then I'm gonna come up with another one where I have to get the EQ and compressors and stuff like that. And here's red light on this track as well. I put red light on both of these right quick, and I'm still in the instrument section. So that feature is not a 5.2 deal. That's macros has always been in Studio One. It's just, I'm just kind of going through why I like Studio One, because of stuff like that. There's definitely ways that you can do that in other DAWs, I'm sure, but it seems kind of easy to do that. It seems a little easy to me, coming in here and being able to do that. So it works for me. Note repeat, they made it easy on the SQ now, but it has always been easy in Studio One. So even if you don't have the SQ, you got like a couple of ways to take advantage of like note repeat in here. So, like, if we go back in here, I'm gonna use impact this time. Let me see. Let me find a hi-hat. Let's go for this one. So, for instance, let's sync these together, I guess. So that's my hi-hat. So if you like a mouse producer, you like to just put stuff in there using your mouse, you could do that, no problem. And then you got this command called split that grid, and you automatically just split them. Like, again, stuff like that is like, okay. Or you could just do it like this. I'm gonna go back and just take your tool, you know what I mean, and put stuff there. Say you want to put it again, like right here. You know what I mean? or you can just use this note repeat. I have a macro for that too. You can go down here. I used to just go at the bottom, but I got this thing as a macro. It pulls up note repeat and just play it in there. You know what I mean? Like, okay, cool. That works for me. You know, just stuff like that. Like it is already ready. You know what I mean? Again, that's not 5.2. That's just like just me liking or preferring. I can work faster in Studio One because I'm so used to it. You know, stuff like that. You know. Now when it crashes, that's when I'm like, oh, I get frustrated and stuff like that, and you know, then that's when we have issues, whatever. But if you could just remain stable, I'm okay. So they did speak on this is a 5.2 version. I'm really curious about that when they talked about Arranger, because I use Arranger a lot. This will also be the other reason why I like using Studio One. It's for this reason alone. You know, having arrangers, like I can move this around, put this back, copy this, boom, I could duplicate it. And I'm gonna be extreme. So I'm gonna say verse. This is gonna be my verse. Let's change the color. Colors definitely helps me visualize stuff a whole lot better. Say this is the hook. Like stuff like this. Like I just prefer Studio One for this specifically. So this can be my the end part of the song. Let's change it. Let's go for another color. Yeah, that's fine. So if I move this back here, you know, that's fine. But what if I just want to do this? Just go. I can overwrite. That's obviously not what I was wanting to do. But I'll take this here in between, and it just switches. If I want this between the hook, boom, it's there. So you know, let's do this. Let's do some variations. Just make it look like a song. You know what I mean? Just kind of change some stuff up. And I'm not going to play this because it's going to be terrible. So, boom. I'm able to just move stuff around just like that. Boom. You know what I mean? Like, that to me, I love it. I said I wasn't going to play it. Let's attempt to make something. Show y'all this feature, I guess. So, okay. So that's that. What did I put on this sample one? I don't know. Okay, let's play something here. I would love to see them update this for sure. I'm gonna switch my full velocity on my first note. Now I think this might be, no, this is not new. I could take this now. I could do what I usually do with that note right there. This again, macros. I could take this note and I can duplicate it, but like I kind of like this other feature as well. Well, I could take this and hit this macro that says copy and paste, and it does it automatically. Just imagine how many times that could be useful. Like from one section to another section far down the line of your project. Oh, that's killer right there. Again, I've just been building my macros. Now, just for the sake of, I'm gonna just do it the old-fashioned way, just because I already started to build my arranger. So in this section right here, we're just gonna say, we're gonna note repeat that right quick. Note repeat. Let's get that menu up right quick. Let's get this. Just to build a variation. And then right here, so maybe we can change this up and say okay, let's go further down here. Okay, so I guess we'll put one for the end. We probably can do like this. So since it's the end, we can do that. Okay, so now if I'm playing, if we talking about arranger, and this is how they this is 5.2, this method right here. So double click. Let's make it 2 bars. Okay, so if I say end, does that mean so it's cued? So hook is cued. Let's go to the verse after that. And if you don't do nothing, it just play through. Huh. So that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Knowing that that's there, I feel like it's cool knowing that's there. I don't know if I would use that. I have to create a situation where I would use that, and I'm just being honest. You know, you guys gonna learn that about me. I keep it real here on this channel. I'm not gonna go overly excited about something because it's personas and this and that. No, no, I keep it 100. You guys should know that by now. If you're new here, you know you know what's up. Yeah. So catch up with these Q&A. So I just showed you, some of the things I like about Studio One, like stuff like that. That is pretty cool. I do like that. Especially if you're I could see this being very useful like on the app. Like if you got the app and you know that's fire right there inside the session, and it not only be the show page, but yeah, on the app, that's dope. For Studio One, the session, switch back and forth. So if now this is the part right here that I'm thinking about, right? Because I've been, for those of you guys that's been dealing with like Studio One crashing and things like that, like if they try to make this optimized for live performances, that means they got to make it more stable, which is good news to me. So I appreciate them going in this direction because, like, me thinking about it, Studio One is becoming more stable now. If they can make it, because you can't put this on the road, you can't use if you can't do this in a live situation and your joint ain't stable. That would be a disaster. So if they're taking this up a notch, doing these type of things, it makes it stronger for me and what I do. So I can appreciate what they, how they trying to like, implement these things. So yeah, that's what it is for me. I got you, Snipe. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I got you. No problem. It's okay to do bass slides. It's okay. It's easy to do bass slides now, just like FL Studio. Bass slides. Bass slides was always easy for me, at least. I may have missed that part. What part in the update where they said something that made it easy for bass slides? Because like, are you talking about pitch bend or gliding? It has always been, because I do mess around with automation a lot, so I've always been able to do that, and I'll do that. Like I'll record the pitch bend movements, and then I can go in and fix it and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's always been easy for me, at least. That was never the issue. Or are you saying bass slides are easy in Ableton? Is that what you're saying? Or I know Bitwig, it was something you had to push. You had to click a button in order to do that. I was like, that's weird. Why did this I don't know. So yeah, Ableton Live, since it was first announced, I got the beta test right away. Me too. Me too. I had the beta for a minute. Yeah, it's very expensive, Jay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. I didn't know you could. I didn't know you could do that in Studio One. Thanks for showing that. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff in Studio One that I haven't really talked about. I guess I just need to do more videos. uh, just gave you the sauce. Yes, I did. I'm just sticking with $2, although I'm thinking about M1, the M1 to get Logic, but my current system needs some love. Didn't know you could transfer bass lines like that. Yeah. Man, when I found that, I was like, bruh, that's. I'm just thinking about so many situations where that would have been useful if I've known that. I don't know what update that was when they introduced that one, cause I seen someone else do that, or did I? No, I didn't. That might be a 5.2. No, it's not, because I seen Gregor do that in an older video before 5.2 came out. Yeah, I seen Gregor do that before. So I don't know which update did that happen where you can do that. Or maybe that has always been there and I never knew about it. That's crazy. I love how you export drums out of the UJam. I bought the UJam bundle a while back, but I don't know how to export the loop into MIDI. The loop into MIDI? Um that's an interesting question right there. The loop, like the rhythm, or like something you program and you just calling that section a loop, because you got to be specific in that regard, because they do have their own drum rhythm section where you can just use their pre-programmed stuff. But yeah, that's easy. That's um UJam. Oh, I was gonna say UJam made it easy to do that, but no, because Studio One has something to do with that too. So like if you're using UJam stuff, let me see. Okay, so this one for instance. So on each track that you're using, or each instrument or drum, you just have to switch from master to individual. You got to go through all of them. If you're using these, boom, you switch them. Now, here's where Studio One comes in, where it may be different from the DAW you're using. If you go here, now you get to open these lanes up. And then depending on where they are, and that's it. Open those lanes up and you see each individual track. It's been opened up in this section. And then you can go in and put whatever processing you want: compressor, reverb, send to a bus, do all types of stuff. Now, when you say get the MIDI, this is something I do, which might be another reason why I like Studio One. Say, okay, I'm gonna do a little more on this track. All right. So you do something on this track, right? All you gotta do now is say explode the pitches. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Hang on. Okay, let's click on this track. Explode the pitches. And you have a MIDI lane of each individual track. It still talks to the same instruments. This is not 3 different instances of UJam. It's just you exploded the MIDI section. It's still talking to Eden. See this track? Still talking. And these are the exports. But this is the instrument right here. Now, to bounce that down is easy because you just select them and bounce them in place, and then bounce down 3 different ways, and then ultimately that turns into three different tracks. Now, when you say MIDI, I don't know what you mean by get the MIDI. Now, if you were talking about like if it was like you was using let me put that back. If you were using let me see if that's what you talk about first, because that's yeah, I use it differently than you, so I wouldn't know. How do you export drums? You just has no repeat, just like the MPC. Yep. Old machine. Yep, I came in late. So the Atom SQ is it a synth or a controller? It's both. Well, it's a controller. It's a controller. And when you if you're talking about like analog or whatever, it's a controller that can control synths. It's like a MIDI keyboard. That's what it is. So essentially, it's a controller, but it's like a smart controller because it's got a bunch of things on the screen that you can set. Like, I don't really use it like that when making beats. I use it sometimes, like inputting different things. You know what I mean? But it's very useful because it's like a controller, but you can make your beats. You can actually make your beats on here. I love pattern mode for drums. Me too. I'm getting more and more into it. It worked for third party, but with patterns. Yeah. The SQ works really good with Ableton Live. Just let you guys know. So if you are that person, you know, I've used it with Ableton Live several times, and I was like, man, this is really cool. I can mix production better in live. That's what's up. That's what's up. You know, and I have to admit, there has been some stuff where I just left it, and that was a statement that I made earlier. Like there's definitely been some things in like when I make beats in live, I'll just leave it there because of the just the way things are set up. Like I wouldn't bring it out and put it in Studio One. Like sometimes I don't do that. But if it's for but you know something, I will say this: if I'm bringing over a project from Ableton Live, and you better believe that it's coming over with all processed. Everything is already processed. Like whatever I put on the drums, it's going to be on there, and whatever effects I came across, because Ableton does it differently. So if I need to bring it over in Studio One, it's going to be pre-processed, and all I'm gonna do in Studio One is just level a little bit better or whatever, and I may go further with other things or whatever. But when I do that, or if I need to do that, that's only because I'm bringing in audio. I mean, like vocals. Like there's vocals that's sitting on top of it, and I'm mixing it. You know what I mean? That's the only reason why I would do that. But if I'm making a beat in Ableton Live, and it's just like just sitting out, then I'll definitely like do the mix. I mix on the fly all the time anywhere I am. So, you know, but I was just speaking from like if like a mixing project, you know, like if it's something where it's going somewhere, it's for a client, I use Studio One for that. That's where I was getting when I said that. Bitwig key command is better than Cubase. Man, y'all got man. It sounds like y'all got a lot of animosity towards each other. Cubase versus this, Ableton Live versus that. Man, I get it though. I totally get it. I get it. At the end of the day, like my process, man, is this, man. I love Studio One, but I still to this day feel like Studio One lacks creativity. I'm not gonna live that down. That's what it is right now. Studio One, they're introducing a lot of cool features to help the workflow. Great, but there's still a lot in here that, like, as far as creativity, which is the reason why I use Ableton Live in the first place, because Ableton Live has some pretty cool things in there that will allow me to do things that I would never have thought about doing in Studio One. You know what I mean? And so, in essentially, it kind of enhances my thought process when I'm working in Studio One, because now I know what Ableton Live is capable of. So it's like, what could I do differently in Studio One to enhance the creativity flow, or introduce more inspiration? You know, to do something I've never done before. You know what I mean? And then that's when I start going in Studio One and kind of open up some different things. Again, they're not the same. They're definitely not the same. But, you know, having Ableton Live, I'm grateful to have it because it opens me up to new possibilities. So, said Bitwig is mostly smoother than all of the DAWs. I agree. Bitwig is mostly smoother because the way that it was built, it's built to it's optimized for your system to first and foremost not crash, which is why the plugins crash first. So yeah, you can create your own macros in Cubase too. That's what's up. Yeah. You know, I wouldn't put it past. I haven't worked in Cubase in a long time. I don't think I've gotten that far though. Create macros in Cubase, and again, I feel like Cubase is the godfather of DAWs. VST. They're the ones who created VST. I feel like Studio One kind of branches off that whole idea, but Studio One brings on a more simpler form, simpler, faster, lightweight. You know what I mean? Cubase is like heavy. It's for like the, you know, people that are really, really serious into like making music for the next Batman movie. Cubase is where you go to do that stuff because of how it's built, it's designed for that stuff. You know what I mean? And then people like me, I'll try to do the same exact thing in Studio One, the simpler way, and make it work, you know. So, but yeah, Studio One is one of the most feature-rich DAWs I've used, and I've been through a lot of them, hands down, for workflow. Once you know it, and it doesn't take much to get around. Absolutely, I agree, Ron. I agree. You know, everybody's different. Everybody is super different. You said that I make the update. It seemed like it, don't it? The way I'm talking about it. Ableton get chord track. It'd be so dope. Yeah, I gotta dive deeper. I gotta dive deeper. Mellotron and diversity. Okay, y'all talking. That's what's up. Y'all having a conversation. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. ARA support. Yes, indeed. Yeah, that's just, you know, that would be the other reason why I like Studio One. With the ARA support. I do that with Studio no um Pro Tools users. I used to have Pro Tools on my system. I deleted it because I don't use it. I used to just keep it on there just in case I get projects. But now I've just made a video for those people who's using Pro Tools. If you're sending me your projects using Pro Tools, I'll show you how to export it via ARA, and then bring it up to Studio One. It's like, oh my God, it's like amazing because it's not just your normal regular tracked out, just raw tracks. Everything is just up and down, and no, I get other information like the chops. If you were in there editing something, I get all of that data in here. Like wherever you got this here, this at bar 17, it's at bar 22, that right here, how you chop this, I have all that, and it's non-distorted too. So if you chop somewhere, I can go in and pull it back as if I made that chop myself. So yeah, that technology, and then it keeps the panning information, the volume information. It's really cool. I love that technology. Yeah, that's yeah. I just show people how to do it. I'm like, I don't have Pro Tools, but I can show you how to convert it. And I just send them the video, and this is what you do. Yeah, it's pretty dope stuff. What's up, Elliot? What's up, bro? Two major issues I want in Ableton. I would like to be able to see the mixer in the range view and see all of the effects. It's not like Cubase. That's one. Maggie, I'm not gonna get on your case, bro, but but it sound like to me, bro, that you want some similarity going on, just based on that comment. Because I remember your original comment. You was like, man, if everybody could just be different from each other, you know, and just like, man, now you want the similarity. You got to make up your mind. Which one do you want, bro? Which one? No, I'm jabbing. I'm just I'm really joking. But it's funny to me though. I had to point that out. I was like, hey, ain't that the dude that no quantized issues with late and early 16s fix? Really? Or are you asking that? But you put a quotation mark, an explanation mark, right there, which means you know that for a fact. Quantized issues with late and early 16s fixed. That was a big deal for us. So you know, I gotta play a little more in here. I had the beta version of 5.2 for a little bit, and I don't know if I noticed that. Um, so I have to just play around just a little bit more, just see if. Is it- Um, I don't know if I'm gonna cook up anything. I was just did a little something just to show y'all a couple of things that I thought was kind of cool. Yeah, that's my favorite feature. Oh man, I'm way behind in these comments. Doesn't seem like a big in this one. I know it doesn't seem like a big deal, but I really wish I could click and drag to duplicate a clip. Live and Cubase can do that, but S1 can't. You have to hit Control D to duplicate. What do you mean by that? You really don't have to hit Control. See, that's what I mean by custom key commands. Because I don't hit Control D, I just hit D and it duplicates. But I want I think I kind of get what you're saying. Maybe something being, you said drag to duplicate a clip. Drag to duplicate it. Me personally, I kind of like it the way it is. I just hit D and it just duplicates. If I need to drag something, I want to drag it to move somewhere. You know what I mean? So again, it comes down to user preference and the way you prefer to work. Like I wouldn't want it to drag and duplicate something. But again, you're the true Ableton person, so the way that you see things in your mind is obviously going to be connected to Ableton, and you know, yeah. I'll tell you this one thing. Like I've learned, like, oftentimes when people moving from one DAW to another, they tend to bring that workflow mindset with them to another DAW, and then they hang up the possibilities of opportunities that they can enjoy working in that next DAW that they're moving from, because they expect that DAW to work like what you're used to. You know what I mean? Like, if you have that mindset, then you're gonna have a rough time trying to move forward. You know what I mean? So what you got to do is, like, you got to take each DAW and embrace what is good. You know what it can do, what is the strong points in there, and just use that DAW for what it was made for. If I'm working in Ableton Live, and like me, my frustration is being able to use the Ranger because I can move a lot faster. But in Ableton Live, I find myself selecting the whole area, and if I got like 20 tracks that I did, and I just need to duplicate this to that section, I gotta select all of that. But there is one command in there that I did find, where you click on a like, for instance, I'm gonna show you, like for instance, if you click here, like this whole section where it says hook, there's a command in there where you have to, when you click the whole thing, it selects the entire section. But keep in mind, just remember, if this is like 20 tracks down, you know what I mean, I got to do stuff like this, right? But like I say, there is a command in there where you can do that. But here's the thing though, like, if I don't have an event clip in here that is the length of the entire joint, then I think that I'll be in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if I had something set up like this, where if I click something that's supposed to select the entire thing, I'll be in trouble. So that I essentially have to have something that's the entire, so from 13 to 17, I have to have something here, and then I can click this series of commands, and then it select the whole section based on what I clicked. But working with the Rangers in here, it takes care of that for me. I could just go and just, you know what I mean, do what I got to do. Bam, you know what I mean? And like, and then I could take this section if I want the end to extend, It's just going to extend whatever else that comes behind it. It's not going to overwrite anything. You know, to me, that's workflow. That's workflow for me. Workflow, speedy workflow. That's where it is for me. You said you spec. Man, me too. I do that too, man. Don't feel bad. Speed, watch the video. It's a big deal for me. I hate hitting that control D to duplicate. Workflow. You could change it up. You can make macros if you want to. However you guys like to work, like that's the possibility. I have a several moments a day where Studio One 4 just quits. So frustrating. Well, you're in Studio One 4, bro. Bro, you got to update. Not saying that 5 is any better, but there has been a lot of improvements. If you still in 4, they're no longer supporting 4. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, you know, there has definitely been a lot of improvement since 4. The range of feature is kind of flexible. I love that. Yeah. Um, and that was one of the frustrating things for me in Ableton. Like, I was like, man, because I'm used to that. I'm so used to this, but I had to remember, like, you can't use Ableton Live like you use Studio One. You have to use Ableton Live the way that it was designed, and that's working from markers. You know, if you use markers, you know, that's kind of like their their way of workflow. Um, but like I say, like when I'm doing stuff for like TV, you know, if I'm making music for an artist, then that's not that big of a deal. And then I don't mind selecting stuff just to duplicate it because I understand that's the workflow of Ableton. But there's some other features in Ableton that I love and I enjoy that are not in Studio One. See, that's the thing. That's the point I'm making. You just got to use and love the platform for what it can do best, and then what it lacks. You got to make a decision. Like, you gonna roll with it, or you gonna complain, or you gonna, you know. So I found myself in Studio One, back in Studio One for like just stuff like that. Like, it's frustrating. Let me go back. I think it's new, but Gregor, it's beta. It's beta. Okay. So the baseline, um, we was talking about Ableton having a new baseline slash. Oh, right. I figured that's what you was talking about. I figured that's what you was talking about. Um, and I remember that being a feature in Ableton. And there was a couple other things. A couple other things in there that I like. I really like about Ableton. Like, Ableton is just killing the game. I still feel that way. Ableton is killing the game. Ableton is killing it. So I'm not gonna be the guy that says Studio One is better, because it's not. I feel like it's just, the better dog is the one that you're using. That's the best one. That's better than everything else. One that you're using until that day comes where you feel like, you know, I think I want to move somewhere else because I'm frustrated. Then that's when you make your decision as to what's better for you in your situation. So, I can see them opening up lanes. Never knew that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to know. Cool. Metatron, cool. I agree. The first DAW was Sonar Home Studio 7. Sonar, good old Sonar. I never used Cakewalk, but you know, when BandLab bought them, man, I looked at a couple of videos. I'm like, man, that looks pretty cool. I would like to get my hands on that, but it's only for Windows, so I guess that's a slap in my face. Like, hey, y'all got Logic only for Macs, so now this is gonna be for only for Windows. I'm like, okay, whatever, man. And I reached out to them too. It's like, sorry, it's only for Windows. Because I asked them if they would ever have a Mac version, and it's like at the moment they're not looking to do that. And I was like, okay, I guess that'll just be a PC thing. Yeah, I agree with Ron. Studio One is the most feature-rich DAW, and once you get used to the workflow, it's badass. I prefer it over all the others, and I do have Ableton Live 10. That's what's up. I never thought about that. Like, clicking. Okay, now when you say click and drag, I wonder if you're talking about now. Now, if you're talking about click and drag, you can do that in Studio One. Now, I'm not sure about like how technical. If you just mean like click and drag and it actually duplicates, then that's different. But in Studio One, with the help of the button called Option, you can do that in Studio One if that's what you're talking about. I don't know if that's what you mean, but this is a form of clicking and dragging. So I could take this and hit Option and it copies this, click, drag, boom. If that's what you're talking about, then yeah, click, drag. Now, when you clicking and dragging by itself, it just drags it over. It just moves stuff over. But if you're talking about just clicking and dragging, you just have to hit Option first, though, in order to click and drag. Also, with MIDI, same deal. Take that. See, you see how I accidentally just cut that? See, that's what I don't like. Click, drag. You know what I mean? You can take that. Click, drag. But I'm gonna show you something that's not available in this is how the duplicate of features is advanced. Okay, check this out. So this is something I was kind of saying. Let me take a section because I messed everything up. Okay, let's take this section. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so here's something inside of, where is it? Eden? Okay, let's work with this one. So when we're talking about duplicate, now this is what I do like. All right. Now check this out. Now if I do like this, okay. Right. Now, if I take these and hit duplicate, it's smart. It's smart enough to know to memorize the spacing. Right? That's what Studio One does. I have not seen this yet. Maybe there's something I'm missing, but if you take these two and try to duplicate somewhere else, this is what's going to happen. It's going to put this like this. It's like something like that when you duplicate in other DAWs. And that in Ableton Live, I noticed that. You know what I mean? Like it's not smart enough to know that I'm duplicating this. Like I need this to duplicate in the same interval and put these at the snare chops where I'm trying to duplicate. Now I've noticed that. Now, that to me, I feel like that's same with like audio chops. If I go in here and if I pull in the audio from somewhere, let's say like a let me see, like a snare. Let me just type in one. It's like a snare from somewhere. Give it a second. Okay, here we go. Okay, so let's say that for instance. So I'm gonna put that right there. Oh, put it right here. It's got to be on the audio track. All right. So let's mute that. Now I'm gonna take this, click drag. Okay, obviously it's right here. Now check this out. Take that, duplicate. You know what I mean? Like it remembers the exact place where I want it as far as like location. If you try to do this anywhere else, you're not going to get those results. And this is what I find guys doing. Like this is what they'll do in order to make it work. So they'll get it to a point, but so you got to drag and make sure it's the right spot. Then you got to like create like something to lock in that space. You know what I mean? Like this whole space. So, I mean, you might do something like this where you take this and make it like one thing and then take this and click and drag and, you know, make sense out of it. You might do it like that as well, but I don't have to do that. Or you can just duplicate, you know, but I don't have to do any of that. I can take this whole thing as well and then just duplicate. Boom, boom, boom. Like, you know, it just, to me, like that right there, that changes the game for me when it comes to like editing and inserting stuff in different places. I don't think I could do that in Bitwig either. Man, you've been watching me for years. Yo, when your hair was way different, yeah, it has grown. I allowed it to grow. I now have locks. Wow, that's crazy. Wow. I appreciate you for hanging around that long. That's what's up. That's what's up. There's not one dog that can do everything, and you are 100% correct. That's why I have more than one. That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. Same here. Same here. It's the same concept with me, man. Cause if I was stuck using just one thing, man, I'll be in trouble. Or I might be a real dope producer. I may be like super duper crazy, like, man, the hottest producer on this land if I used to just use one thing, because you know with limitations comes great creativity. If you learn your DAW backwards and forwards, you can come up with some crazy stuff and be able to do things that nobody else, because limitations force creativity. I really truly believe that. When you got everything, it's like, where do you start? Where do you begin? And I get like that sometimes, like, man, I can use this, I can use that. maybe I can use that. So you never stay in something long enough to figure it out because you always jumping over here and you got this, you got that. So it's like you reaching in, like, this ain't doing what I needed to do. So let me go ahead and grab this. This one can actually do what you needed to do. You just got to spend a little more time with it and just make it do what it do. But you got all these flashy stuff. Oh, let me show y'all this beat detection. So someone was telling me that they couldn't get theirs to work, I guess. But like I brought the snare in and I guess it wouldn't work for this situation. But beat detection is here, guys. Like boom, file tempo. It's in red. It's telling me that it feels like it's at 129. So bam. That's what it is. And I guess if I say approve, I'm gonna approve it and it writes it in. So before I do that, I'm gonna right click here. Okay, so it did say 129. So let's approve that. So now that's the beat tempo, but I can always change it to whatever I want. I can always change it. I guess that one makes better sense if I was to go to like a full drum loop. But I don't really want to do that. I'll just but I appreciate you guys. Let me get caught up in these comments right quick. No down. I'm trying to Cakewalk was my first doll way back in '99. That's what's up. Cakewalk is dope. I feel like all dolls are dope. I feel like everybody is good at something, you know. Yeah, Zen is going way back. Speaking of age, I feel like people that work in Cakewalk was like some of the original guys, because Cakewalk been here forever, yo. Rolling Cakewalk always had some hate towards Apple. I don't know what the issue is with Apple. You know, and it is probably true for Logic too. I think the earlier versions of Logic was on PC as well, but I don't know. I don't know. Now Ben lied on them, and so we'll see if they interested. I don't know. Like I said, I talked to them because I was wanting to get a copy of it, and it was like, yeah, we not. That wasn't really their focus. It may change. I might have been talking to the wrong person. I don't know. But that would be interesting though. Cakewalk was my first dog too. So everybody talking about their first dog. My first dog was Pro Tools. My first one, yeah, I was on Pro Tools. My first was Pro Tools 7.0 LE. That was my first DAW digital workstation. But before then, I was doing stuff on the Korg Triton keyboard, the MPC 2000, or the XL, or perhaps the 3000. And we were doing recordings on the Mackie, what was it, 48 channel rack mount. Everything was rack mounted. There was a bunch of EQs and effects chain and stuff like that. And we was working with the ADATs, and that was as a kid getting into recording. That was like my first introduction. Doing tracks off of the keyboard and dump them into the ADAT system. And then shortly after that, Pro Tools came on the scene. FL Studio, or Fruity Loops at the time, was out then. I had a buddy who was working with Fruity Loops, and I just didn't take him serious because it was different. You know what I mean? I evolved over time. So when people are doing something different from you and think different from you, don't be so quick to call them weird or think they're just crazy and out of this world. Just take a time to learn what they're doing and see what it is that they're doing, and then make your judgment. So me, man, I'm like, what, you making music on computers? That's not real music, because of how the industry I was after the real production life. Like I really wanted to be in big studios, being there, top engineers and big artists, and just like the way that the industry showed it or portrayed to us. You got to be in a big studio. You got to have a you know mic booth, and you know what I mean. You got to have all these things, and then when my bro brought the idea to me about computer music, making music on a computer, I was like, bro, that's not real music. That's whack. You know what I mean? My mindset was not where technology was going next. And shortly after that, I'm like, well, I guess it's not so bad. But I didn't settle for Fruity Loops. I got into Pro Tools because that was the industry standard. So I had Pro Tools, and I was doing everything from Pro Tools, and then quickly switched over to Logic when I was like, man, I can get more, because my Pro Tools version I had was very limited. Like, that's it. So when I got Logic, I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Wow, I can remember that. Apple is a $27 billion company, and that's just on accessories. Yeah, so I guess they don't have a need to, you know, to do stuff, which is the reason why I felt like, having Logic, um, having Logic, um, I just felt like their focus was somewhere different, and I didn't really like. I was like, oh, you know, they're a tech company, they not really in there to help make Logic better. You know what I mean? That's what I felt like for a very long time, and this is why I kind of switched over in the first place. They getting better though. They getting better, but I don't know. I just felt like it was, you know, they make computers, not music programs. They make computers. That's their focus. But I guess they hired a team to get in, and because their last updates has been fire. I'm not a fan of little crosshairs lines that come up when the cursor. You can remove that. Can you remove that? Crosshairs that come up when you use the cursor. Oh, 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 oh. Are you talking about this? Um, like I know what you're saying. Like I think I don't know. I don't remember how to deactivate that. What version of Studio One are you using? Cause I don't know, but it's obviously not doing it for me. I remember that was something that used to be a thing. I I don't know. Is that what you're talking about? Like a little cross? It's like a little guide or grid, like kind of like this, but like it would be more a horizontal one too. As I move my cursor down, I think that's kind of doing like right there. If you could see the side of my window, it's kind of doing it like right here, but it's not like, yeah, I don't know. That might be I'll be talking about the clipped end of the clip and the loops clip. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a second. Oh, you talking about? Oh, yeah. I do have to be zoomed in. Yeah, okay. You got to be zoomed in first of all. That annoys you? I never, I never paid attention to that. Like, I'm, yeah. That doesn't really bother me actually. If you could turn that off, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if you could turn that off. Let me get this back in here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you can turn it off. I never really looked at that. So I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't bother me. Um Data duplicates when you extend the container, the data duplicates. Okay, now I'm lost. I don't know what you mean by that. Data duplicates. We were talking about duplicating stuff earlier. Um, but I'm not really sure what. Yeah. Said yeah. Garage band is free. Free updates. Yeah, and I agree. When they do updates, it's massive. That's because it takes them 3 years to update something. You know what I'm saying? Like like Logic, man. They're not consistent with updates as what I remember. Like they were real slow. We was in 9.0 for a very long. We was in there for years, yo. But I mean, I could see that they're doing something different now. I thought it was only that I felt that way. Um, Shifty is quicker than dragging. See, Grammy, you said it. See, to me, I felt that way too. It goes back to workflow. See, everybody has a different workflow, and that's what I was saying. Like, the other gentleman was talking about how he don't like the fact that you can't just drag and like duplicate, um, drag and I felt like that was longer. I felt like just hitting D was a whole lot quicker than dragging. But I use both of those. I drag stuff over when I needed to go in a certain spot. I mean, to me, it's just workflow. It's just workflow. Whichever one you prefer. Um, shit, you can't type on a notebook. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. So all of us have a mistyped word somewhere. Anyone who wants anyone that wants to go mobile on the tablet to make music, you got an iPad, Android. It just doesn't cut it. Yeah, I can agree. I can agree. I prefer to do things the way that I've been doing it. My setup, having full fledged keyboard, monitor big enough, computer powerful enough to handle the way, you know what I mean? But, you know, I'm not in front of my station all the time. And like, I do enjoy making, look concepts when I'm on the road, when I can't bring this with me, you know what I mean? So having a mobile app it's pretty cool. You know what I mean? Like I there are just a lot of situations where I still do the old school technique where I just kind of hum it out and record it through a memo app and kind of come back to my idea. But there are moments where I'm in places where I have to be places, you know, and being able to have a way to make music, just pull out my phone, throw in some headphones and make a beat. A lot of people pull out their phones and play games when they waiting on something, you in a long line or something, whatever the case might be. I'm not a game person. I like to make beats. So I would rather have a really good place to make beats. And if there's something that is totally integratable with Studio One, that would be like crazy. You know, that would be crazy for people like me that like to make beats in Studio One. You know, so there you have it. Sonar. All right. I think I'm pretty much caught up. I see you guys are just going back and forth with Cubase, Ableton, and stuff like that. Does anyone have experience with Track Spacer and Studio One? Just wondering if it's different than regular sidechain. Yeah, I wouldn't be the person for that. So I guess anyone who can see that can answer that. I believe crosshairs come in with the selection tool. So the box above filters and delete on the screen. It is shown the right pointer. Okay. Yeah, like I say, I you know that doesn't bother me. I mean, you know that kind of just been what it was for Studio One since I've gotten it, and I've never looked to see if I can disable that. You know, so I apologize if that's something that bothers you and it hinders you from being creative, but yeah, hopefully, you know, I'll just say take a look at preference and see if that's something that you could turn off. I would think that you could turn that off, but I mean, like to some of, I mean, it kind of give a perspective as to where you are. You know, I just never found that to be annoying to me. It's just always been Studio One. Yeah. Yeah, this is like one of those things, you know. You probably can turn it off. I don't know. I know when you zoomed out, you won't see it. Oh, never mind. Yeah. When you zoomed out, you won't see it. Unless you hit command. If you hit command, you'll see it. But it kind of tells you where you are. Like I'm guessing. I never really paid attention to it. I don't find it useful, nor does I find it distracting. You know, it's just kind of where I stand with that. Let's see. Express, what's up? What up, bruh? Sorry, came late. Now you good? You good? No worries there. You can always review the top of the video. I think we've been on here for about 4 hours almost. So you got a lot to go through. Yeah, but we pretty much covered everything. We played the stream, and yeah, it's a pretty cool stream. I felt like we've this was a good one. Programming languages in Swift 5. See now y'all done went like coding. Y'all went left field. People shouldn't sleep on iOS for making music. It's a huge industry. Absolutely. That's why I made it my point to say that earlier. Like these new kids these days, they making hits off of apps. And being able to sync your stuff like straight upload to Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, you know, off of a app, just straight social media, you know. I mean, that's definitely a way to go. Upload straight to SoundCloud, or you know, I mean, we could do that now, but I mean, like taking it a whole nother level, making beats That I think once they do that, or if they ever do that, that's gonna be one of those conversations that's gonna be had, and that's gonna like lit everybody's social media up. That's what I feel. I feel like that's gonna be one of those things that's gonna lit a fire for real. Because when you get into mobile app making, then that you really gotta make that thing do some things that's super crazy. Cause of what music is now. You know what I mean? Like you definitely have to optimize it for that urban sound, and having dope sounds in there, which ultimately is the you know it's the means of production. Period. That's why it don't matter what DAW platform you use, because you can be as long as you got dope samples, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you are. Still no cross fade in the samplers. Um, what do you mean by that? Crossfade in the sampler. You mean sample one? Now, when you say crossfade is the fade that crosses between two different audio samples. So if you playing one sample on one note, um, I'm trying to get what you mean by crossfade. Um, because that's when two notes or two samples meets, and then you need the crossfade in between that. But there is something in here that allows for you to what is it? I'll use that. It's just for oh crap, I can't use that. I'm going to start doing live streams and tutorials pretty soon. I was wondering if you could do a tutorial on how your setup streams. Absolutely, absolutely. I'm going to do that pretty soon. I've been getting a lot of questions about that, so I'll be visiting that definitely. Um, can you just raise the attack? There you go. Raise the attack surge the same as the crossfade. There you have it. That's it right there. That's why I was trying to understand, like, what do you mean by crossfades? Like, what are you looking for? Because that's what it is. Your attack and then your release. Your attack and your release is pretty much your fades right there. Like that's and then you dive a little bit deeper in dealing with the decay or the sustain. You know what I mean? So um but I kind of get it, because like I say, if you coming from somewhere else, you kind of expect a certain type of workflow, and if you don't see it, it's like it's a total bummer. It kills the vibe. But if you just learn the DAW the way it was designed, you know what I mean? Like if you learn what it does for real, then that might not even be something of concern to even mention. How to chop samples and impact. Oh, that's easy. And y'all getting into tutorial world right now. Um, let me see. Like now y'all ask me questions where I have to like spend like 10 minutes on. Well, I mean it's simple. It's not that's not 10 minutes worth. It's real simple. But I have to go and grab something from somewhere. Let me see if I can find a um see if I could grab something. So let's go to loops. Okay. So for instance, all right, here's a track. Well, it's not really a track, it's just a oh yeah, I forgot. It's warping. Yo, what is that? Oh, the tempo. The tempo is like stupid. But that's crazy. Somehow I mistakenly took my tempo to 10. Must been a Adam thing. All right. So if I split this, well actually, let me see. I can take this and where's impact? I'm gonna go to group B and see. Oh no, it's group C. Let's see. So I could take this and put it on this pad, but I have to hit shift. You see how it changes? It says slice and spread across multiple pads. If I don't, it'll just say insert sample. So I'm gonna put it right here and let me see. You know what I mean? Like that's and then if you need to, you go in and make your adjustments. Move stuff around. Go to the next pad. Move stuff around. Go to the next pad. Boom. Whatever you got to do. You know what I mean? That's one way of doing it. And this haven't even been chopped yet. But it chopped itself inside of impact. But for more precise, if you want to be more precise, if it makes it easier for you to do stuff here, you can just always come here and then use that little technology called split to grid. I'm gonna say just change the resolution, say 1/4 or whatever, and then say I'm gonna go here and just split this to grid, and now I have 1/4 of this here, and so now I have one section, and you can add this in one by one if you choose to do that. You come back to here, you know what I'm saying? Add this one here, boom. You know what I mean? Add this one here, boom. Add this up here. Whatever you want to do. You know, that's you know. You say fade in and fade out. Let me show you something. This is what we mean by attack and release. I'm gonna use one of these here, because they got some stuff in here that has like this, like longer loops. So if I go, say, like one of these, for instance, let me see. All right, so I'm gonna extend this out, right? So this is what we mean by like fade in and fade out. So if you, all you gotta do is just change your attack. You hear that? So if I take if I take the attack off, or back up, that's extreme. So the attack is off, but here's your fade in right here. That's what it is right there. I probably could have used a different sample to show you a better example. Let's see, what is this? Okay. This might be a better one. So check this out. You hear that? That's what we mean. That's what we mean by attack and decay. And then your hold, which is in the middle, kind of plays into that as well. But yeah, that's how you do that. You're talking about fade in and fade out features. Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's the same. It's the same thing. Yeah, fade in and fade out is there. It's just not called fade in, fade out. It's called attack and decay. But there is some other things you could do here, like now that's just I showed you this inside of Impact, but it's the same for sample one. If you're talking about this, because this is the sampler right here, and it's the same thing. Like if you go here and here's your attack, and now you have more options. You release, your sustain, and your decay. So you just have to make sure you play with these settings. You have X fade, which is right here. So we do have X fade. So I'm not really sure. So X fade is here, and then up here you get to change between different things to like the change how these things behave. So if I'm gonna add this in here. Okay. So let's see. Sample one. All right. So check this out. So I'm gonna change the attack. Turn the release up. You hear that? I'm letting go. And there is X fade here. I never really used it though, but it's there. X fade is right there. So there's your crossfade. And then, like I was saying before, you can change between these different you know what I mean? So it's there. It's definitely there. It's just not called, that the fading, the updates most crazily, perfectly crazy good. Yeah, I agree. I think the update is dope. I think it's cool. You want, yeah, he wants the visual curve. Okay. Now, if that's what you're saying, then that makes sense. If you want to visually see it, yeah, if you want to visually see it, then that definitely makes sense. But I mean, eventually, I think that they'll come around to that one day. But I feel like at the end of the day, as long as you can get Studio One to sound the way you want it to sound, that's going to be the most important part when it goes on a record because you know. But I get it though. Having tools, making it useful and motivating for the person creating music. Like we got to have some stuff for us too. You know what I mean? Because after you send it off to an artist, the artists do what they do. You know what I mean? They do videos and all these pretty cool things, and you know we need something to motivate us as the ones behind the scenes. Yeah, I definitely get it. Yeah. So I get you on that. I get you on that. You guys got the nice chatting with y'all. Yeah, I want to edit it visually. It was to do sample one. It sounds like having a good one. Yeah, he wants to do in sample one. Yeah, sample one has more features. More features. HSB we need to audio chat. Jay Beats is here. What's up? What up? What up? Always import samples from the timeline. Yeah, me too. Sometimes I just import them from the file. So you have, it's either or like that. The Ableton Live Simple and Afro Beats like that of Ableton Simple. I'm an Afrobeat produce it, and we don't joke with fade in and fade out. Cross it, tighten up the sound. It is nicer ways rather than using the envelope. Yeah, yeah, that's great that you don't joke about it. That's what's up. I mean, that this is the cool thing about the Studio One. Like, there's several ways to do something. So if it makes you feel better, then like you could always do this. And by the way, nobody joking about it. It's just I was just showing you that's there. You brought up a term, and I just broke it down for you. Now you wasn't really you didn't really explain what you really meant. But I mean, you can always do this. You know, there's your crossfade right there. And I do get it like that. y- y- um, you got to show me what you're doing. I have to hear it, and then I can tell you what works. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of what it is. Like from based on what you're telling me, it's like you could do that with an attack release. But if you're coming from a different space, then I would have to see like what you're doing, and I could be, oh, I get it. Then you could probably do this, or you could probably do that. I could probably suggest something to you. You know what I'm saying? That's how it goes. A few reasons why. A few reasons of becoming embedded in the tempo. What's up, everybody? Rob, man. What's up? What up? Just dropping in for a second. That's what's up. Yeah, Mellotron. Yeah, and that's what I was getting at. Like, you could definitely do what you got to do. It's just it might be you might have to do this or that, and that's why that's what I was saying. I'll have to see that because Express, you're coming from a different background. You know what I mean? You're coming from a different way of making music, and so what you're asking for, I need to see like exactly what you're doing. Maybe you could send me an email or something, and then I can say, oh, okay, this might be the best method. You know what I'm saying? Because you might be missing something. I know what you visually mean, the fade and fade out sample one. Impact Studio One don't have that feature yet, but you can still make it fade in and fade outs. Right. Yeah, that was my point earlier, but he wanted to see it. So, it is what it is. All right, LB. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you. Appreciate it. Visual envelopes. That's what's up. Just tuned in. What's the story with the new splitter? Well, simply is this. This is what the splitter can do now. It does the same exact thing, but visually, the way it looks, like when you were in a project, when you hear, like, when you in a project, when you do something in the splitter, you kind of not know that it's there. Let's say we put that in there. So that was the frustrating part, right? Oh gosh. Okay, let's go to something simple. So like in the splitter tool, okay, let's use a compressor for instance. Let's see. Just bring a compressor in here. So with the splitter tool, basically what it is, you bring it in, you do stuff, and you can have something right here, splitting the channels or whatnot. But see, the problem was there was nothing that indicated that this track had a splitter on there, and so it looked like a regular plugin like this, right here. But now we have splitter. The splitter tool is in here. Like it actually indicates what track has splitter. So now we can see it. That's what the whole deal with that is. And also you can see the splitter in here as a plugin. This is useful for guys that are mixing or music production, because I use this several times. But the whole purpose of splitter is just to avoid, like, you can do parallel compression using the splitter. You can split the channels. You can put stuff. You can like this is a cool way to like get cool different things happening, like mastering. You can have like you can EQ of certain frequency. This, you know, you can kind of like process like a multi-band compression type deal. You can, you know, switch for a frequency split. So say you want just, you know, 1 kilohertz to be affected by this plug that you know, that we put here. So we you know, that's the deal there. And then you can have like the other side of this, you know what I mean? So it's just a different way of processing signals with the splitter tool, which makes this like channels even more advanced. You know, this technology is, you know, I use it sometimes, but the whole deal, you know, nothing really changed about it. It's just the fact that we can now see it here. You know, splitter is now there, and you can like activate it, turn it on and off from the channel strip without opening splitter. You know, that's the big deal behind that. That's what that's about. Yeah, splitter is definitely next level. Definitely next level. Like I said, I use it sometimes. It's a really cool tool to have. Um, Now that technology is pretty cool. Now, I say as far as creativity, I feel like that okay, all right, you know, but give us more. We need more. Can we get more than just splitter? I feel like splitter is a way of just routing things to tamper with the sound, you know, get different things out of a sound instead of having like several tracks. You know what I mean? Like just think about like parallel compression on drums. I do that too. Parallel compression. You have to have 2 separate tracks or 2 different channels, or sometimes I'll like send to a bus and put something on the bus, which is the same thing. But with the splitter tool, you can do the same thing on that same track and have like that parallel compression on the same track without sending it nowhere. So it's just all preference. It just depends on how you want to, which is one thing I like about Studio One. It has several ways to do the same thing. Learning your dog, you'll be like amazing. Yeah. The thing that you can use it with the chords and grimy. I use Scalar 2.3 and make chords because I like going in and out of the key with the music. That's what's up. That's what's up. I use it most for sound design. Yeah. See that? You know. Yeah. Yeah. And back to you, Express, man. All good, bro. I've seen you post join me in my live joints. And I appreciate you being a subscriber. I was just trying to understand where you was coming from. So I didn't think you took offense to what I was saying, or if you thought I was laughing at the fact, because you know we're just here having fun. You know what I mean? Definitely don't want to like you know come off the wrong way. You know what I'm saying. So you was like fader. I was like, bro, you could do that with attack and release. But I get it though. I get it. No worries. But I had fun with you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. Appreciate the high vibes. Man, everybody came out today. Definitely appreciate it. And you guys go ahead and download the new updates and play with it. And you know, we'll go through some stuff throughout this week, touching on some different things and stuff like that as I go live later on. Hey guys, remember music is art. You the artist, paint your picture. Stay creative without rules. I'm out of here. I would have some music to play for you guys, but I don't. Yeah. Email me. Yeah, I'll be interested in seeing what you're saying, and then I can just think of a way to to, be better assisting. But we out of here. Appreciate y'all once again.